Episode 1. Unfamiliar Places. Remember, you will have no place in this community as long as Rosaria is here. April, this is just the beginning. April's eyes closed tightly as she struggled painfully in her dream. The crisp sound of shattering porcelain broke the silence of the night, making her open her eyes suddenly and wake up from a nightmare about something that had happened a year ago. She now remembered that she came to this mansion 3 days ago to be the caretaker of Mr. Aaron Bennett. About half a month ago, Aaron went on a field trip during which a mountain road collapsed and his car fell into a frozen river. Due to a lack of timely rescue, his spine was injured severely. He had multiple surgeries but had not recovered to this day. Because of this incident, he now required a permanent caretaker, but his bad temper caused 2 caretakers to quit. April was the third one. "April, get your ass over here now." A man's cold and angry voice was heard from a large bed in the middle of the room. April shuddered and hurriedly put on her large black-rimmed glasses. She immediately turned on the light and got off the bed to quickly walk towards his bedroom, almost tripping onto a tiny stool on her way out. She was familiar with this place now, but yet not quite settled in. Under the warm lamplight, Aaron was lying on his bed, eyes wide open. His eyes shone like stars. The blanket only covered his legs and waist. He was wearing a pair of royal blue silk pajamas with the first few buttons undone. His half-opened, baggy pajama top was barely covering his muscular body, and his honey-like skin had such a glow that nobody would be able to take their eyes away from it. Beside the bed, a teal clay cup was broken into 2. It was most likely the source of the noise that woke April up just now. "Don't you want to keep this job? Do you know how many times I have called your name?" Aaron glared at her with cold eyes. "I'm sorry. I won't make the same mistake again." April apologized in a low voice. She had been taking care of him for 3 days. He would wake up at least 5 times each night, so she hadn't gotten much sleep, barely 3 hours at most. This is why she fell into such a deep sleep tonight. "Do you want some water?" she asked. Aaron pressed his thin lips together. A moment later, he said, "Go and call for Derek." April now knew what he wanted. Even though she was the one taking care of him the last few nights, he would ask Derek, who was their house help, to assist him every time he wanted to go to the bathroom. However, Derek seemed to not have slept well either lately. He also had a lot of chores to do. April had seen him during the day, and it looked like he was experiencing burnout and was constantly coughing. April hesitated for a few seconds and then suggested, "Mr. Bennett, how about I go and bring you the chamber pot?" "Do I need to say this again? Go and call Derek. I don't want to use a chamber pot. I want to go to the bathroom." Aaron stared at her coldly, with an extremely impatient look on his face. "Derek doesn't seem to feel well today. He's got a cold," said April with a soft voice. "I can also take you to the bathroom." "How will you do that? You're a woman." But before Aaron could finish his sentence, April pulled off his blanket, lifted him to her chest, and then put him in his wheelchair. After that, she thoughtfully put a pillow behind his back. The man froze. He could not believe it. He hadn't recovered from his injuries, but he was still tall and muscular, yet this woman had actually... He now realized that as a 28-year-old man, for the first time in his adult life, had he been lifted by a woman. His handsome face blushed a deep red with both shame and anger as he analyzed her from head to toe. She was only about 5'7" tall and looked slim and weak. Her chest appeared flat in her loose-fitting sleepwear, and she was wearing a pair of extremely unfashionable black-rimmed glasses. He clenched his teeth and said with a dark face, "Who told you to lift me? Are you even a woman? You're not a transvestite from Thailand, are you?" April was speechless. She thought to herself, "This man can't see very well, can he?" "Mr. Bennett, I am definitely a real woman," she explained kindly. "We caretakers often need to look after patients like you, and sometimes we have to do heavy lifting. After practicing a couple of times, my strength naturally grew, but you are very sturdy. I strained every muscle to lift you just now." Aaron sneered and said, "Did you? I didn't feel that. On the contrary, I felt like it was quite easy for you." April squeezed in a smile and responded, "Well, in fact, I was born quite strong." Aaron looked at her sullenly and said with a frosty voice, "I forgive you this time, but next time I don't need you to lift me. Just help me up." April nodded and pushed the wheelchair into the bathroom. She stopped by the toilet. "Help me up," said Aaron. April remembered his request, so she only tried to help him up this time. However, his spine couldn't fully support his body, and she failed to get him to sit on the toilet after trying for quite a while. Aaron struggled a few more times. Suffering from long-term injuries had given him a sense of powerlessness, which ignited the anger in his heart and made him shove April directly to the ground. Thud. The back of April's head hit against the bathroom cabinet, and she almost fell unconscious. She lost her vision for a moment from the pain and started to hear buzzing sounds. She touched her head with her hand. Fortunately, she wasn't bleeding, but it seemed like there was a minor concussion. No wonder the caretakers before me all quit. She smiled bitterly and thought to herself, "This man is so moody and hostile." However, the job paid well, and she needed to earn enough money for college. She really needed to hold on no matter how hard it might get. Aaron turned back, glared at her coldly as if expecting her to cry out in fear and say, "I quit." To his surprise, she only rubbed her head before holding the wall to stand up and walk towards him. She then carried him onto the toilet in a slightly aggressive manner. He felt both infuriated and humiliated. But before he could say anything, April began talking. She said, "Mr. Bennett, I've seen many patients like you. Some even needed amputations and could never get back on their feet. I heard that you have injured your spine, but you will recover, and this situation is only temporary. I know you're in a bad mood, but holding your urine for too long can lead to urologic diseases. If that happened, it would be quite embarrassing for you to go see a urologist, wouldn't it? Anyways, you shouldn't push people like that. I'm not just worried about getting hurt, but I'm worried that the strain might worsen your spine injuries and slow down your recovery process." Looking at the faint smile on her face, Aaron felt like punching a bag full of cotton. He raised his head to look at her carefully again. Her black-rimmed glasses covered almost half of her face, and her bangs were thick. She was a very average-looking woman, but she had this indescribable, equable temperament that made him want to keep looking at her. He suddenly gave an order and barked, "All right, then you can come over and take off my pants." April paused for a second. Her heart skipped a beat when she looked at his breathtakingly handsome face glowing under the lamplight. Earlier, when she pushed the wheelchair into the bathroom, she didn't expect this to happen. Of course, as a caretaker, she often needed to do things like this. but this was her first time taking care of such a young and good-looking man. So despite her composure, she now had other thoughts rushing through her mind. For work, she made herself look frumpy and told the others that she was already 30, but her real age was 22. In addition, she had no clue about sex yet. Don't look at me like a predator. I'm telling you no. Do not take advantage of me because you don't deserve it, said Aaron, all cold and proud. His words immediately killed all the thoughts in April's head. Predator? What part of me looks like a predator? This man really knows how to flatter himself. Mr. Bennett, you have misunderstood me. I was just a little shy, said April. Episode 2. I don't want others to know that I was carried by a woman. You can be shy. Aaron didn't believe April, so he scoffed. You insisted on pushing me in for this exact purpose, didn't you? April's mouth corners twitched slightly as she responded. I have already explained that it was because Derek isn't feeling well. And you expect me to believe that? Asked Aaron, both his tone and eyes revealing his scorn. You have only been here for a few days. Don't make it sound like you're close with Derek. April didn't know what to say. She felt that she had no way to explain herself to this man. I'll just take off your pants for you. Tired of explaining, she took a step forward, bent over, dragged down his pajama pants with one hand, and gently supported his hip with the other. Aaron felt so awkward. He tightened his entire body. He turned his head and saw April's forehead next to his shoulder, completely covered by her thick bangs. He couldn't even see her eyes as they were covered by her hair, too. It was his first time looking at her so closely, and he found her facial skin rather delicate. Maybe because she felt shy, her cheeks were slightly red like a cherry. He heard from Derek that she was already 30 years old. But can a 30-year-old woman's skin be in such a good condition? He wondered. He had also sensed a faint scent from her body. It was somewhat similar to the aroma of pear blossom, light and refreshing, completely unlike a fragrance that a mature woman should have. He felt that her hand, which was gently supporting his hip, was so soft it was as if no bones existed in it. He shivered suddenly, realizing that he was actually distracted by a woman older than himself. No, I've got to divert my attention, he thought. You are 30 years old, so I suppose you are married and a mom already, right? No. April didn't dare to lower her head to look at his body, so after holding him up, she pulled off his pants and swiftly turned her head away. Aaron's eyes landed on her. Then he said, You have bad taste in fashion, so it's normal for you to be left on the shelf. I'm used to this. Her face showed no sign of being hurt by his words. Aaron now didn't know how to respond. He suddenly felt that this conversation was boring. You can go out now. I'll call you when I finish, he said. After walking out of the bathroom, April hurriedly went downstairs to pick up the broom, then came back up and cleaned the broken cup in the bedroom. A while later, she opened the bathroom door and walked back in. Aaron was still sitting on the toilet, and he had pulled up his pajama pants slightly to cover his private parts. She supported his hip with a hand again, then pulled up his pants for him and carried him back into the wheelchair. Aaron was still very unhappy to be carried by her, yet he had no choice but to tolerate it. After lying back on the bed, he warned her, If tomorrow Derek asks you if I got up to use the bathroom tonight, you will tell him that I didn't, because I don't want the others to know that I was carried by a woman. All right? This man is really sensitive about his reputation, she thought. Now go and get me a cup of water. I'm thirsty. He gave her another order. April sighed and said, Mr. Bennett, You already drank 2 cups of water tonight. You drink too much water, and this is why you always need to get up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom. Besides, you'll get puffy if you drink too much water." She felt that she needed to say this out loud. Erin snorted coldly, threw her a sideways glance, and replied, "You think I don't know that you said this only because you don't want to get up at night over and over again to help me to the bathroom? Do you want to slack off? In your dreams. Can anyone earn money so easily? If you can't stand this, you can go." Feeling a little helpless, April said, "Of course not. I said that for your good. Getting up at night may reduce your sleep quality, and that is not good for your recovery. Do you think I want to keep drinking water? I've been like this since I was little. I feel uncomfortable if my mouth gets dry, even slightly. I need to keep my mouth moisturized to sleep. But I never get puffy, probably because I'm already used to drinking this much water." Erin frowned and said this with an impatient look. For a moment, April didn't know how to respond. What kind of goddamn obsession is this? She wondered to herself. Can't you try and quit this habit? No, I can't. He was adamant. April had no choice but to go downstairs to get water for Erin. Meanwhile, she told herself that she needed to come up with a solution. Staying up every night might lead to sudden death, even though she was young. The next morning, the breakfast was ready when she went downstairs. The long dining table was laden with all kinds of food, including foreign cuisines, too. It was like a buffet breakfast served in a 5-star hotel. Sister Emily, who worked in the kitchen, was responsible for Erin's breakfast, so April could finally rest for a while at this time. "April, your breakfast," said Sister Emily while pointing at the portions served at the end of the table. "Thank you, Sister Emily," said April as she grabbed her food and sat down. Sister Emily was an amiable, middle-aged woman. She prepared a classic English breakfast for April consisting of fried eggs, beans, and sausages. April had a sleepless night, so when she saw the rich breakfast, she felt so hungry that her stomach began to gurgle. However, instead of eating right away, she waited until Sister Emily filled a bowl with porridge and began feeding Erin. Then she started eating slowly. Erin didn't get enough sleep either, so he was in a bad mood. After finishing half a small bowl of porridge and a fried egg, he couldn't eat any more food. From the corner of his eyes, he gave a quick glance at April sitting in front of him and found that she was eating like a prisoner. He saw her take a bite of the sweet corn and then take a swig of milk. She had a very good appetite and was eating happily indeed. "She's so unpleasant to look at," he complained silently to himself. When he was in a bad mood, he didn't like the look of anyone he saw. He knocked on his lap with his long and slender fingers, pointed at April with his chin, and said to Sister Emily, "She's just my caretaker. Isn't that breakfast too good for her?" Sister Emily paused briefly, then responded, "I don't think so. We all have the same food." "Is she comparable to you?" said Erin flatly. "She claims to be my caretaker, but she has been here for 3 days, and I'm not feeling even slightly better. She has done no work at all. From tomorrow onward, she'll only have toast for breakfast." Hearing this conversation, April choked on an egg and almost failed to swallow it. Sister Emily glanced at April sympathetically. She summoned up her courage and said to Erin, "Mr. Bennett, you said it yourself that she's only been here for 3 days. How can you recover in just 3 days? The doctor said you need at least a month to recover. Don't you think you're being too stingy? As doctors say, breakfast needs to be nutritious. She needs some good food for breakfast or she won't have the energy to take care of you." Erin's face darkened severely as he responded with, Sister Emily, if I am stingy, how could you have become so chubby? I remember that you were skinny when you first came here, and now you're like a ball. One ball is enough for this house. I don't want 2 balls. Sister Emily's chubby face dropped immediately, as if 10,000 arrows had pierced through her heart. If she doesn't find the food good enough, then she can make her own. You're here to work for me, not to cook for a caretaker, said Aaron sharply. He then added, from this day on, she'll only have rice and beans for dinner and lunch. Sister Emily knitted her brows into a frown. Emily put down her fork, shook her head, and said to Sister Emily, April put down her fork, shook her head, and said to Sister Emily, Sister Emily, it's all right. Let's just do what Mr. Bennet says. Beans and rice were better than nothing. Back when she first came to the city, she survived on a cup of noodles. Sister Emily sighed helplessly. After breakfast, Derek walked in while coughing and said, Mr. Bennet, I don't feel well today. I think I have a fever. May I take a leave to go to the hospital? Recalling what April said yesterday, Aaron frowned slightly. He lowered his head and responded, Go. When will you be back? I'll be back as soon as possible if there's nothing serious, said Derek. After Derek left, Aaron turned back to look at April, who was eyeing him with her lips pressed together. The corners of her mouth turned up in a faint smile, as if she was telling him, See, I didn't lie. Derek is feeling unwell. Aaron curled his lips downwards and said, Now you've got a perfect excuse to take advantage of me. April was again speechless. Episode 3. The Sponge Bath. Well, he can think whatever he likes. Derek will be back from the hospital this afternoon anyway, April thought. However, in the evening, Derek called Sister Emily to inform her that even though his fever had been brought down, he still felt awfully enervated, so he went back home and was being looked after by his wife. Sister Emily told this to Aaron, who felt utterly bored and had been watching TV on his bed. She then adds, Mr. Bennet, I think we should let April give you a sponge bath tonight. April shuddered. Her? Aaron turned his head to look at April, eyes immediately filled with vigilance. I heard that women over 30 years old can be exceptionally horny, especially the unmarried ones like her. I'm afraid that she might defile my young body. April honestly didn't know what to say when she heard him. In fact, it's not hot these days, and Mr. Bennet didn't sweat, so I think it'll be fine if we skip the sponge bath for a day. But if he really needs it, April thought for a moment and said, Sister Emily, maybe you should do it. Sister Emily was also startled by what Aaron had said. Upon hearing April's suggestion, she automatically waved her hand and said, No, I definitely cannot do it. I'm over 40 and I got divorced. I'm more afraid of defiling Mr. Bennet's young body than you. Emily had to clench her teeth quite tight to prevent herself from laughing out loud. She raised her head to look at Aaron and found his face to be bearing an annoyed expression. After finishing her last sentence, Sister Emily found the atmosphere a little weird, so she added with a flushed face, And I'm heavy-handed and may accidentally hurt Mr. Bennet, so it's just not appropriate for me to do it, and then hurriedly went downstairs. The air in the bedroom became even thinner because of the chill that emitted from Aaron. Finding it a little hard to breathe, Sister Emily tucked her hair behind her ears and said, I'll go get the water. As Aaron didn't say no, she now knew that she would have to give him that sponge bath tonight. Soon afterwards, she came up with a basin of warm water. After taking a deep breath, she unbuttoned the buttons of Aaron's pajama top one by one. His skin was honey-colored, and his muscles were beautiful. Even his lower abdominal muscles were clearly shaped and were obviously filled with strength, rising and falling slightly along with his breath. He had absolutely no extra fat on his waist, even though he had been lying down all day. The only blemish of his body were some small scars that were not deep, but seemed to have existed for a long time. That wasn't strange, though. Almost every man used to be a naughty little boy, and it was inevitable for a boy to grow up without these. Isaac had similar scars, and according to him, he was scratched by some twigs when climbing a tree, so those scars were imprinted on his body. Thinking of him, April suddenly sensed a sharp, piercing pain in her heart. She found it hard to breathe because the pain squeezed at her internal organs. She closed her eyes for a moment, then reopened them and calmed back down. She first wiped Aaron's upper body with a towel, then slowly took off his pants. She didn't dare to look at him, but only focused her eyes on the TV while randomly wiping his lower body. On the TV was an annual award ceremony of a TV station. Now let me announce the winner of the Best Debut Award this year, Lillian Davidson. Let us welcome her on stage with applause. A woman wearing an elegant blue dress and impeccable makeup slowly walked onto the stage with an innocent smile on her face. April quivered and scrubbed Aaron's body slightly harder. Rosaria Miller. Rosaria Miller. The same as Isaac Davidson. That name had been torturing her like a bone-corroding poison ever since the time she left her hometown a year ago. At first, she couldn't even sleep at night. Who would have thought that this glamorous girl on TV used to be her best friend, and that she had taken away her fiancé and all the glories that were supposed to belong to her, just when she thought she was at the happiest moment of her life? April would never forget how Isaac framed her father in court for molesting a student and sent him to prison a year ago. Isaac took away her family business, built single-handedly by her father, and kicked her out of the Eisenberg family. Afterwards, he made their entire industrial circle ban her, and had her college put all sorts of obstacles in her way. He put April through endless bullying and humiliation, which all forced her to finally drop out of college and leave her home at last. After that, Rosaria became famous like a dark horse with Isaac's help. She took a voice role in a blockbuster film which was supposed to belong to April. Isaac even spent massive amounts of money to make her the leading actress of a blockbuster fantasy film, directed by a famous director. Because of that film, Rosaria catapulted to fame, and in just a year, she won the Best Debut Award. As for April, the only daughter of the Eisenberg family and someone who used to stand high above the masses, was now working in crude situations just to make ends meet. She started her career as a voiceover artist in junior high and had been a part of over 100 films. In the eyes of others, she was a talented young artist with a bright future. She truly didn't understand how everything changed so quickly. She used to see Rosaria as her best friend. At first, there was no one willing to work with Rosaria, so April asked around to find opportunities for her. She was willing to cross mountains for her, and as for Isaac, what did April ever do to him but fall in love with him? Why did he send her father to prison and take away everything she had? He didn't even leave her a place to stay in the city. She was brutally outcasted. Those two people. An intense hatred rose from the bottom of April's heart. "Don't you know what shame is? You are scrubbing my skin off," shouted Aaron as his icy cold voice burst right next to April's ear. He cried, "How much longer are you going to scrub that place for?" April paused, then lowered her head to look at his body. When she saw the place that she had been scrubbing, she felt blood flooding towards her face. She was trying to remain calm, even though every inch of her body inside felt like dying. She used to have a boyfriend, and they got engaged too, but she never had that kind of intimacy with Isaac. This was her first time seeing a man's private parts so clearly. That little thing was on the verge of raising its head. "When are you going to stop harassing me with your glances?" screamed Aaron. His handsome face flushed a dark purple hue at that moment. If a gaze could kill, April would have died countless times in that moment. I'm sorry," murmured April as she heard his yells and hurriedly pulled up his pants with shaking hands. However, she was too nervous and accidentally touched his private part. "You!" Aaron screamed and suddenly widened his eyes as he stared at April with his whole body tightened. "I didn't do it on purpose. I was watching the TV just now. The award winner is too pretty, so I got distracted," April stuttered while trying to explain. She asked, "The skin isn't broken, is it? I tried to check just now, but it's all a bit darker. I can't tell." After saying that, she just wanted to bite her tongue off. Why did she say that? Why on earth did she say that? "What is darker?" said Aaron as he stared at April like an angry hedgehog with sharp thorns. His eyes were like a pair of sharp daggers, preparing to slice her into 1,000 pieces. "You meant to say that I'm not clean, didn't you?" he asked. Even though he hadn't showered since he was injured, he still had a sponge bath every day. How could April say that? Did Derek not wipe him clean? "No, I don't know." April's face flushed scarlet as she responded, probably because her brain wasn't working well at that moment. Then she added, "I've never seen a man's private part before." "You're a 30-year-old woman. Don't play innocent with me," said Aaron, extremely irritated. Episode 4. Don't Touch Me. April blinked her eyes while looking at Aaron, blushing and looking quite innocent indeed. Aaron suddenly didn't know how to continue. This woman isn't a 30-year-old virgin, is she? No wonder she's acting like a horny female monster, trying to find all kinds of an excuse to scrub me. It's so creepy, he thought. However, what made him feel even more creeped out was the fact that his body had actually reacted to her. Was he too sex-starved to be picky now? He shivered, then said to April, "Go downstairs and tell Sister Emily to call Dr. Henry. Call Dr. Richard, too." "Are you feeling unwell?" Worrying that her careless act might have hurt Aaron made April nervous. "It's none of your business. Just go and talk to Sister Emily." A slightly embarrassed expression flashed across Aaron's eyes as he responded. His tone was even meaner than before. April went downstairs to inform Sister Emily, then came back up right away. She felt restless as she was afraid of being fired by this nitpicking employer. After all, her college fund depended on this job. Fortunately, Aaron didn't shout at her again after she came back upstairs, but laid still on the bed with his eyes wide open. His pajama top was still unbuttoned, exposing his chest. April intended to button up his top as she was worried that he might catch a cold. But before her hand even touched his cloth, he yelled, "Don't touch me," at her. "I screwed up." April thought of nothing but these few words. He wouldn't even let her touch him now. So how was she supposed to take care of him from now on? "Mr. Bennett, I really didn't do this on purpose." She didn't mean to see his private part or scrub that place for so long. nor did she try to commit any other gross acts. She seriously had no desire to do anything to him. Aaron snorted, then turned his handsome face away without saying a word to April. In about 20 minutes, Dr. Henry showed up in the bedroom. He was wearing a pair of glasses, looking gentle and elegant. Before Dr. Henry asked any questions, Aaron threw a sideways glance at April and said to her, "Go downstairs." "But as your caretaker, I need to know about your physical condition to take better care of you, right?" asked April with hesitation. "Go downstairs or you can pack your bags and go home," Aaron warned with a dark face. "Close the door when you leave." April had no other choice but to turn and leave. When she was about to close the door, a figure in blue clothing rushed up in a hurry, shouting, Little Benny, why did you call me so urgently? Are you paralyzed?" April staggered and almost fell. Little Benny? Oh my, what a stupid nickname, she thought. "I've told you not to call me that." Aaron's furious warning voice could be heard from the bedroom. "I'll break your legs when I've recovered, believe it or not." "Little Benny, don't be like this. We're friends," the man said in blue, grinning cheekily. "If you can get on your feet, I wouldn't dare call you that." April and the man saw each other's faces. He was wearing a blazer and a pair of light-washed jeans, looking to be about Aaron's age. He had a chiseled face, full lips and white teeth, and looked like a kind and big-hearted man from an ink painting. "Yo, is that the new caretaker?" Richard took a look at April quickly, then walked into the bedroom and conveniently shut the door. A look of concern was shown on April's face as she went downstairs. She sincerely hoped that there was nothing seriously wrong with Aaron. In the bedroom, Aaron's chest heaved as he was angry at Richard. He had started to think that he made a mistake by calling him over. He took a deep breath and turned his eyes towards Dr. Henry with a slightly strange expression, then cleared his throat and said, "Dr. Henry, I remember that you were responsible for my recovery 7 years ago when I had that accident in the army. At that time, you said that my thing is, but today I suddenly felt that part of my body reacted." Dr. Henry paused as Richard asked surprisedly, "Really? What happened?" Aaron pressed his lips into a thin line. He had seen numerous doctors abroad and had taken countless medicines over the years. He was almost on the verge of giving up on himself. But today, his body unexpectedly reacted to the caretaker's touch. He was delighted, but also too embarrassed to tell others about what happened. If the caretaker was a young and beautiful woman, he would have accepted it easily. But she was an average-looking, middle-aged woman. What the hell was wrong with him? Some people would laugh their heads off if they knew what had happened. "Yeah? What happened exactly?" Dr. Henry smiled and asked the same question. He said, "I need to know what happened so I can make an assessment." Aaron coughed, then clenched his teeth and said, "When the new caretaker was giving me a sponge bath." "Caretaker?" Richard blinked his eyes a few times and asked. When he realized who Aaron was talking about, he asked in disbelief, "Is this the one I bumped into when I came in?" "No way. She's so old-fashioned and looks like a countrywoman. I mean, no matter how horny you are, you shouldn't have such a low taste, right?" "Shut up," grunted Aaron as he clenched his fists tightly, wanting to tear apart Richard's face completely. "Dr. Henry, am I recovering?" he asked. "That I can't tell for sure," replied Dr. Henry, who then remained silent for a while. He then shook his head and continued talking. "As I've told you before, the nerves of that part of your body were injured. However, after all the treatments you had through the years, the injuries have healed. You stayed like this mainly because you're under too much stress and mental pressure, and you had become upset and unconfident too. What happened this time is a surprise. I think you should keep this caretaker for a while and just let her take care of you. Dr. Henry, you mean he should let the caretaker wipe him frequently, don't you? Richard smiled evilly and said, he might just recover after trying that a few more times. But that'll be some strong taste, he said while laughing. Aaron shouted, shut your mouth. Merely picturing that scene made Aaron feel as if his head was exploding. I have no interest in her, he said. All right, I was joking, said Richard while rubbing his chin. I think you're just too lonely. Someday, I'll take you to the Riverview Club. Then you get a couple of nice girls to try that. That is an idea, said Dr. Henry while nodding. Aaron dropped his eyes and remained silent. If there is nothing else, I'll leave you and let you rest, Dr. Henry said as he prepared himself to leave. I'll go with ya. I was playing poker out there and I was winning. I might win myself quite a hefty sum today if I get back right now, said Richard. With a dry voice, Aaron said, you stay. I need you to do something for me. Richard stopped walking. After Dr. Henry left, he asked, what is it? Is it important? No. Aaron licked his dry lips and responded while pretending to be nonchalant. Wipe my private part for me. What? Richard was confused, so he asked, didn't the caretaker wipe you just now? Aaron responded, she didn't wipe me clean. Do you have other questions? Aaron's handsome face turned awfully grim as he raised his eyes slightly. The light sparkling in those eyes felt like a cold, glistening sword, threatening to freeze Richard. Richard surrendered and weakly replied, I'll do that, but you can't react to me. Piss off. Aaron was infuriated. It was 9:30 and April heard the bedroom door open. She automatically stood up and then paused as she saw Richard's eyes fixing right onto her, as if he could see right through her. Her eyes were beaming with interest as well as some confusion. Episode 5. Don't tell your boss. It's our secret. Hey, I heard that you're 30 years old, but you look younger than that. You're not really that old, are you? You've been taking good care of your skin. I think you'll look much younger if you quit wearing these glasses. Richard reached his hand toward April's glasses and attempted to take them off. April subconsciously took a step backwards and said, I'm nearsighted, so I need the glasses. But please don't make a fool of me. I do want to look younger, but I am 30 already. It's hard to tell a woman's real age nowadays. That's true, Richard said as he punched his right palm with his left hand. There's a new girl in our company who's pretty and fashionable, and has this sweet girlish voice. I thought she was around 20, but today I asked her and found out that she's 28. April smiled silently. Take good care of your boss. He's okay. He'll just occasionally act like a fool, said Richard with a faint smile and a meaningful tone. He stopped as he walked past April and then turned back his head and put his mouth near her ear to continue talking with a voice that only the two of them could hear. Next time when you wipe your boss's private area, wipe it clean so he won't call me over to wipe it again. I'm very busy. Oh, April blushed at her temples. So he called this man over just to wipe his... She wondered. Don't tell your boss that I said this. It's our secret. He's too sensitive about his reputation, so if he finds out, he'll feel embarrassed. After saying this, Richard winked at April with a naughty smile and walked away. April was left speechless. She silently prayed that Derek would come back early tomorrow, as it was more appropriate for him to do the hard chores, such as sponge bathing Aaron. Fortunately, the next morning after she got up, she saw that Derek was already back. April, thank you for your hard work last night. Derek showed deep sympathy for April when he saw her chewing some dry bread with 2 dark circles under her eyes. He knew how demanding it was to take care of Mr. Bennet at night. That was exactly how he got ill. "It wasn't hard. I just did what I'm supposed to do," April responded. After that, she hesitated shortly and continued, "But Derek, I think it's better that you give him the sponge bath every night." "Okay, I get it." Derek gave her a knowing smile and replied, "I've heard from Sister Emily about what happened yesterday. You can't live on beans and rice. Later I'll tell Sister Emily to save you some good dishes. Our Mr. Bennet isn't a stingy person. He just has been in a bad mood since he got injured." April's heart was warmed when she heard Derek. She hadn't sensed that kind of warmth for a long time. "Thank you, but no need. Because if Mr. Bennet finds out, he'll blame you and cut my wage. I can survive on beans. When I'll have time, I'll give you the money and ask you to buy some extra food for me. Then I can cook for myself." "You are just too honest," sighed Derek. "Yes, Mr. Bennet is going to the hospital for physical therapy this morning, right? I was wondering if I could take a couple of hours off to go back to where I live to pick up some clothes, as you'll be with him this morning," said April carefully. "Can you talk to Mr. Bennet for me?" "All right," Derek responded smilingly. He walked towards Aaron and said something to him in a low voice. Aaron raised his eyes, gazed at April for a while, then nodded. He seemed to have said a few words as his lips moved slightly. A while later, Derek came over and said to April, "Mr. Bennet agreed. He also asked if you wanted a lift. This is a suburban neighborhood, so it's not convenient to take a taxi from here." April felt extremely flattered. "Thank you so much, but I can go on my own. There's no reason to trouble Mr. Bennet. I'll finish my breakfast soon, so if I take off early, I can come back early too. I think there's still some time before Mr. Bennet is ready to leave," she said. Hearing her, Derek said no more. 10 minutes later, April left the villa with her backpack. Aaron looked at her back and his dark eyes showed a trance of discontent. Last night, his body finally reacted because of her touch, and so he decided to be extra nice and offer her a lift. But she turned out to be so ungrateful. The villa was quite far away from downtown, so April walked for around 10 minutes before she finally caught a bus. 40 minutes later, she got off the bus and walked into a restaurant. She had nothing but a bowl of rice and some beans since yesterday, so she now desperately wanted to taste something flavorful. She finally got a chance to go out, and now she wanted nothing more than a great meal to comfort herself a little. She ordered a lasagna, some garlic bread to go with it, and a soft drink. The breakfast was brought out quickly, and she began eating joyfully. Concentrating on eating, she failed to notice that a black Rolls-Royce stopped slowly by the road. Sitting in the car was no one other than Aaron, who was heading to the hospital for physical therapy. Ever since he got injured, he had to go to the hospital 3 times a week for physical therapy sessions. He spent a while listening to the radio, and then the car stopped for what seemed like ages. His brows knitted and he frowned, asking impatiently, "Why is this taking so long?" "Mr. Bennet, since New Year is around the corner and people are coming back to stay with their families, the cars on the streets are several times more than usual," explained Derek. Aaron fretfully turned his eyes to look out of the car window and suddenly noticed the familiar figure in the humble restaurant by the roadside. The figure was wearing a black sweater and large black-rimmed glasses. Wasn't that the woman who left the villa this morning? Didn't she say that she had to go home to pick up some clothes? But now she was here having some lasagna? Look how she's cramming food down her throat. Aaron thought when he saw her bite a breadstick while chewing onto her cheesy lasagna, all washed down with the drink. As he watched her munching on the food with a satisfied look, his handsome face instantly turned sour. Did she refuse his offer to give her a lift because she wanted to come here for lasagna and garlic bread? This woman really did like eating, and she had been finding so many excuses to do so. The temperature in the car dropped sharply. Derek quickly detected this strange vibe, so he turned to look where Aaron was staring at and saw April. Suddenly, he felt sorry for her. How could she be unlucky enough to let him see her here? Derek sneakily glanced at Aaron's face and found it to be icy cold. He tried to lighten the mood, so he squeezed out a smile and said, isn't that April? Looks like beans weren't enough for her. So, Mr. Bennett, it's understandable for her to come out and have some food. Please don't feel so betrayed as if your dog refused to touch his food and went to eat bones given by some other people, thought Derek. Yeah? Are you saying that I didn't treat her well? Asked Aaron with a fake smile. No, beans are nutritious. The English have that every other day, said Derek. It seems that she likes lasagna, said Aaron while suddenly twisting his thin lips. He continued, the breakfasts made by Sister Emily have been boring lately. So let's have lasagna, garlic bread, and these carbonated drinks for breakfast tomorrow. All right. Derek paused for a second, then nodded quickly. Did I misunderstand, Mr. Bennett? Is he not as mean as I thought he is? He saw that April likes to eat all of this, and now he wants Sister Emily to make that for breakfast tomorrow. Seems I need to be nice to April too, Derek thought. April had no idea that someone was watching her eat. After filling her stomach, she wiped her mouth with satisfaction, paid the bill, and then took the subway to her rented room. She didn't have many things, so she finished packing very soon. On her way back, Sister Leah from the nursing service center called and said, April, how are you doing at work these days in the Bennett family? Are you sure you can handle it? Don't push yourself too hard. Episode 6. Mr. Bennett and the City. April's heart was warmed. She had been in this city for quite a long time now, but very few people had ever cared about her. Sometimes people cared about each other, but not because they were close or had known each other for long. She had known Isaac forever, yet he betrayed her without hesitation. Sister Leah, I'm young and energetic. I can handle it and I'm good, she responded. That's good to hear, said Sister Leah. There's something I didn't tell you before. That Mr. Bennett, who you have been taking care of, isn't an ordinary rich man. You may not know about this as you're not from the city, but Mr. Bennett can shake the entire city by simply stomping his foot. The family members on his father's side for 3 generations were mostly military leaders, and his mother is the president of the YCC Group Corporation. YCC Group Corporation? April paused. She knew little about the business world, but she had heard from her father that the YCC Group Corporation is one of the world's top 300 companies and have set foot in real estate, finance, tourism, the health industry, and all sorts of other industries. Its total assets had reached $4 trillion. Yeah, his grandfather is the group chairman, Sister Leah continued. Aaron Bennett was going to follow his father's footsteps and serve in the military. But sadly, when he was 21, he got injured in the army during a mission. He couldn't stay in the army after that, so he went abroad to study. When he returned, he started an investment company, and in just 4 years, that company is already valued at $10 billion. April was astounded. That rude nitpicker of a patient turned out to be so capable. April felt that she had lived her life in vain when comparing herself with him. So you should do the job well and don't make him dislike you. Knowing him, you will never need to be afraid of being bullied in this city, said Sister Leah with laughter. That man is like a prince. By the way, the new year is coming, and I heard the housekeepers and his family each receive hundreds and thousands of dollars as the year-end bonus. April smiled faintly and responded, Sister Leah, I won't daydream about that. I'm not a senior housekeeper in the Bennett family. I've been there for only 2 days, and I don't think Mr. Bennett likes me. He's rich indeed, but he won't waste his money on anything. And I have no plan to stay in the Bennett family for my whole life. I'll leave when Mr. Bennett recovers. Sister Leah sighed, but then praised, April, you're young, but not greedy at all. People always want extra money nowadays, and you're the only one who surprises me. April gave a bitter smile, then cast eyes on her blurred reflection in the subway window. That was probably because she grew up in a privileged environment. She never worried about money before, and she had gotten used to it. Even though she had nothing now, she didn't intend to change herself. After coming out of the subway station, she went to the supermarket nearby and bought some instant noodles, snacks, and vegetables because she had planned to cook for herself when she got hungry at night or had spare time. After all, she poorly slept almost every night and had nothing to eat but rice. She needed to figure out a solution for that situation. When it was 11:30, she returned to the villa. Aaron wasn't back yet, so she decided to make herself some food first. She walked into the kitchen with the vegetables that she just bought and asked Sister Emily, Sister Emily, can I borrow the stove to make something for myself? Why did you get your own groceries? Sister Emily really felt ashamed because of Aaron's actions. Just help yourself to the food in the fridge. It's all right. These are cheap anyway, April said smilingly while opening the plastic bag in her hand. Sister Emily glanced at the bag and frowned as she found that it was all discounted, cheap vegetables the Bennett family would never buy. She assumed that April had been living a difficult life and learned how to pinch pennies. Somehow, she thought of her own daughter and felt sad for April, but she had no way of changing Aaron's bad temper. It was 12:10 when Aaron came back, and the bright, broad house was filled with the smell of mac and cheese. The couple of hours he spent at the hospital had put him in a bad mood and hunger, so he asked without thinking, Sister Emily, did you make macaroni and cheese today? It smells good. As Derek was pushing him into the dining room, he saw April before he finished asking the question. She was sitting by a small table near the window while having her meal. He saw a few macaroni pieces in her slightly opened mouth. Sister Emily, didn't I tell you that this woman can only have rice and beans? He narrowed his eyes and asked with a very unfriendly voice, She's eating again. This woman knows nothing but to eat, he thought. This morning she lied to him and went to eat lasagna and garlic bread, and now she's eating macaroni and cheese? She sure loves cheese pasta. She's like some kind of animal. April hurriedly swallowed the food in her mouth. She wanted to explain, but before she could, Sister Emily came out of the kitchen with 2 dishes in her hands. Mr. Bennett, I only made her beans and rice. The food she's having right now was bought with her own money, and she cooked them herself as well. A tense atmosphere immediately developed in the dining room, and Aaron's face suddenly turned frosty. Even Derek felt embarrassed for Mr. Bennett. He knew that Mr. Bennett was trying to take this opportunity to vent his anger at April because she went to eat lasagna this morning without letting him know, but it unexpectedly blew up in his face. As a caretaker of Mr. Aaron Bennett, April now needed to buy and cook her own food. In the young man's eyes, even packaged macaroni was too good for her. Mr. Bennett, you're going too far, thought Derek. I didn't make macaroni and cheese today, said Sister Emily apologetically. If I knew you wanted... It's all right, Sister Emily. I made plenty of mac and cheese, so if Mr. Bennett wants some, we can share. April wanted to laugh when she saw the angry, embarrassed look on Aaron's face. Sister Emily had helped to worsen his mortifying situation. Who said that I even want it? The situation was beyond what Aaron could stand, so he interrupted April and said, I was saying that macaroni and cheese smells so bad that the entire house stinks. I've lost my appetite. You're not allowed to have this in here, so take your food and go eat outside. Yes, sir. April responded with a faint smile and quietly went outside with her food. Next, Sister Emily served a rich lunch to Aaron. However, he had no appetite at all when he looked at the dishes on the table. He was too angry to eat and said, Sister Emily, you're not allowed to let her use the kitchen again. Sister Emily opened her mouth as she couldn't help but disagree, but Derek hurriedly sent her a hint with his eyes and made her stop. At night, after Derek gave him a sponge bath, Aaron read for a while and then prepared to sleep. April thought for a moment, then walked to his bed and said, Mr. Bennett, I know you haven't been sleeping well the past couple of nights, and it's quite difficult for you to fall asleep. I've learned a massage manipulation that helps with sleep. Would you like to give it a try? If you sleep well, you'll have a good mood and will recover quicker. This massage manipulation is also good for healing your spine injuries. She sincerely hoped that Aaron could sleep well at night so that she could also get some extra sleep. Muttered Aaron, stared at her for a short while, speechless. April helped him to sit up, then kneeled on his bed to help him relax his neck and shoulders first. Her fingers were long and slender, pressing on his skin with just the right amount of strength. It made Aaron feel quite comfortable. She was kneeling before him, and he was facing her chest. Her sweater was woven from coarse yarn. Because they were too close, or perhaps his eyesight was too good, but he could see her snow-white skin and pink cloth through the sweater. Episode 7. No better than his dog, Aaron suddenly had a weird feeling. When April's palms pressed on his hip bones, shivers ran down through his entire body from the top of his head and almost made him moan with pleasure. He couldn't stop his breath from becoming quicker and heavier. As his body felt more and more strange, he hurriedly pushed her hands aside. What's wrong? April thought he didn't like it. I'm tired. I should get to sleep, he said. April helped him lie down, then tucked him in. He closed his eyes. His heavy brows frowned even when asleep, but that didn't change the smooth lines of his face or affect his stunning appearance. He truly had a breathtakingly charming face. April rested her eyes upon him for a few extra seconds. As she prepared to turn away, he suddenly opened his tightly closed eyes and caught her staring at him. Don't stare at me. Turn off the lights and go to bed, he said. April was a little speechless. Who wants to stare at him while he's sleeping? He must believe he's extremely popular, thought April. In the middle of the night, Aaron woke up once because of thirst, but he slept much better than the last couple of nights. In the morning, he unprecedentedly complimented April by saying, I didn't expect your massaging skills to be that good. April smiled calmly. She had always been confident about her massaging skills. The next morning, when April wheeled Aaron's wheelchair into the dining room, she smelled the scent of lasagna. As she dropped her eyes to the table, She found that the breakfast included lasagna. The pasta was beautifully colored and then topped intricately with the most delicious cheese. Seeing such an enticing bowl of lasagna in the morning greatly boosted her appetite. It definitely tasted better than the one she had yesterday. April was hungry already. Smelling her favorite kind of pasta, she now felt way more hungry and even heard her belly rumbling. However, she kept her eyes straight because her parents' teachings wouldn't allow her to look hungry. Aaron threw a sideways glance at her, then coldly quirked up the corners of his lips and said, "Sister Emily, your culinary skills are a lot worse than before. I lost my appetite the moment I saw this." Derek, who was holding the dish and preparing to feed him, paused and said, "Mr. Bennett, then this lasagna, discard it. I have no appetite while looking at it." Once he finished this sentence, he saw April's calm face move slightly, so he elegantly grinned and asked her, "What's wrong, April? Do you want it?" "No." April shook her head and responded, "But I think it's quite wasteful to discard it." Aaron remained silent and thought for a while, then said with a smile, "It's wasteful indeed. Derek, go bring Richard here from the backyard. This morning, he'll have lasagna for breakfast." "Richard?" April paused, suddenly thinking of the well-groomed man who visited the night before last. Does he live in Mr. Bennett's backyard? She wondered. When Derek came back with a black and white Alaskan Malamute, April realized that she was wrong. Aaron named his dog after his close friend. It was so awful. How can this kind of person have friends? It's inconceivable. His friends are so unlucky, April thought. Richard seemed to be well trained. Once he received the order from Derek, he nimbly hopped onto a dining chair and squeezed his giant body together, looking very fitting. "Give him a fried breadstick, too," said Aaron while glancing at April again. Seeing her face twitch slightly, he was very delighted. Don't forget April's rice," he added. Had he been telling her that she was no better than his dog? April was used to this. Derek was speechless. Yesterday, Derek thought that Mr. Bennett was stung by his conscience and finally decided to improve April's diet to the level of lasagna. However, he overestimated his boss. Mr. Bennett, I don't think Richard can have lasagna." Derek kindly reminded Aaron as he discovered that Richard was staring at his bowl. "And it seems pretty spicy." Aaron suddenly stared at Richard with a pair of cold dagger eyes and said, "Is our dog so pampered?" Under pressure by Aaron, poor Richard painfully lowered his head to eat the lasagna. April couldn't help but show pity for the dog. Being Aaron's caretaker was miserable, but being his friends and his dog was probably worse. Suddenly, the sound of a car was heard from the backyard and followed by the click of heels. April turned her head and saw a strange yet beautiful woman walking in. She looked like she was in her later 30s. She had an oval face, arched eyebrows, and her black coat matched perfectly with her long white dress. Her well-maintained black hair fell over her shoulders, making her look elegant and graceful. "What brings you here?" said Aaron as his mouth dropped at the sight of that woman. "I'm your mother, and I care about you. I'm here to see if you're feeling better. Watch your attitude." The woman set down her small black purse on the couch and then walked toward the dining room. April paused for a second. This woman looked so young that April thought she was Aaron's sister. However, judging by what she said, she was none other than Caitlin Bennett, the president of YCC Group Corporation. April was almost frightened by the overwhelming aura of a successful, powerful woman. "If you care about me, then why do you still have the spirits to dress up?" scoffed Aaron, who showed no intention to conceal his scorn and disdain. Caitlin scolded him. You're not disabled permanently. You're a man, but can't cope with this little difficulty? You want to yell at everyone every day? Fine. But do you really want your mother to cry endlessly for you and also look like an ugly old woman? Caitlin smiled coldly and continued, I'm not old yet, so of course I'm going to dress up and try to find love again as soon as possible. Aaron pressed his thin lips together and then turned his eyes away. The expression on his face was a little complicated. April lowered her head to chew onto her beans, and she pretended to not hear the shocking news about this rich and powerful family. It turned out that Aaron didn't get along with his parents. Oh my God, are you crazy? How could you make Richard eat this spicy lasagna? Cried Caitlin. She finally discovered poor Richard and quickly walked over to drag the dog off the dining chair. Ow! Richard raised his mouth. It was covered in grease. His eyes were filled with tears because the rice noodle was too spicy and the cheese was unhealthy for his body. Caitlin glanced at Richard with pity, then shifted her eyes to April. Pausing shortly, she frowned and said to Aaron, Is she your new caretaker? The dog is eating lasagna while your caretaker has plain rice with beans. Little Benny, do you want me to get you a therapist? I know you feel bad being stuck in this wheelchair, but you can't vent all your anger towards other people. Aaron slightly moved his thin lips and said, It's none of your business. Child. Caitlin gave him a threatening glance, then abruptly turned to April. She smiled at her and said, I'm sorry my son doesn't know how to be nice. It's my fault. I failed to educate him properly. Being a caretaker is an exhausting job. From now on, you can eat whatever you want for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Just let Sister Emily know. And I heard that you're only paid $20 per day, right? Well, that's too little. I'll add on more. You deserve that, especially when you now work in the Bennett household. April had always been a calm person, but Caitlin's exceptionally warm smile made her feel like she was in a dream. When she realized what was happening, she hurriedly refused and said, Thank you, but you don't need to. $20 a day is enough for me, and I've already signed the contract with Derek earlier. Episode 8. Does she need to sponge bathe Aaron every day? You have to accept it. I know how my son is. He's just way too hard to please, said Caitlin, her face filled with dislike. Tell me, what's your name? How old are you? April was surprised a little. Didn't people say that the ladies from wealthy families were all exceptionally snobbish and hard to get along with? But Mrs. Bennett seemed to be unexpectedly nice. And her questions? Why did she make this whole thing sound like a blind date? My name is April, and I'm 30 years old. Ah, 30. Caitlin's voice trailed off, sounding full of regret. But soon she smilingly called Sister Emily over and said, As of now, April can have meals with little Benny, and they'll have the same food. She's a caretaker, not a maid. They're employer and employee, and it's an equal relationship. Mom. Aaron glared at his mom sullenly and said, This is my home. Can you stay out of this? If you do this again, I'll refuse to eat. Whatever, said Caitlin carelessly. The food can be saved if you don't eat. When you get hungry, go and eat outside on your own if you can, or maybe cook some food for yourself. But since you look so much like a disabled man, you need someone to even feed you. I doubt you can do that. You. Aaron trembled with anger. The trembling Aaron reminded April of a stroke patient. Mrs. Bennett is awesome, thought April. All right, I'm your mom and I'm the boss of this house unless you don't want me to be your mom anymore. Caitlin rubbed Richard's fluffy head as she said, Also, I prepared to build a house in the south garden, but I'm short-handed, so I need Derek to help me for a while. Sister Emily and April will be responsible for you. Erin paused, then realized that something was wrong. You should hire people if you're short-handed. I only have 3 people and I can't move, but you still intend to take one of them away? How can you be like that as a mother? Don't you always prefer fewer people around you? And I heard that Derek is responsible and careful, so I think I can trust him. While speaking, Caitlin looked at her watch and continued to speak. All right, that's it. I have an important meeting at 10 o'clock, so I need to leave now. After standing up, she took out a business card from her purse and handed it to April. She said, April, I'll leave little Benny to you. Call me if he bullies you. She left quickly after she finished talking. So why on earth did you come? Murmured Erin. He believed that his mom was here for Derek instead of checking on him as she claimed. What did he do wrong in his previous life that got him a mom like this in his present life? Erin felt that one day he would be mad at his mom enough to kill himself. April wasn't happy either. If Derek went to help Mrs. Bennet, she would need to sponge bathe Erin every day, wouldn't she? She couldn't calm down no matter how hard she tried when thinking about the fact that she now needed to face Erin's little thing every day. Erin suddenly reached his hand toward April and said, Get my phone. He somehow managed to calm down within a minute. After all, Caitlin's attitude toward April was too weird. Waking up from her thoughts, April hurriedly handed Erin his phone. Erin quickly called Dr. Henry and asked, Did you tell my mom something? Madam asks about your condition every day. Earlier, I mentioned to her that you called me the other day. I think it's important. Henry Smith, I'll fire you, believe it or not, said Erin as his face turned extremely mortified. You're not the only doctor in the world. Mr. Bennet, your illness has always been kept secret. So I assume it's not appropriate to let other people know about it, right? Besides, I've been responsible for your recovery all this time, and no one knows about your condition better than I do. You don't need to be angry. Madam isn't a stranger, and she cares about you, said Dr. Henry seriously. Are you threatening me now? Cried Erin as his voice turned deeper and colder than before. How do I dare? Dr. Henry said with a bitter laugh. Erin coldly hung up the phone and unhappily glanced at April, who was beside him eating fried buns and porridge. April sensed the tense atmosphere, so she bravely raised her head to look straight at the owner of the gaze fixed on her. She couldn't enunciate her words clearly as she was still chewing her food, but she looked quite calm. Madam just said that I can have whatever I want, she said. You know nothing but to eat. You're like some kind of animal which knows only how to eat and drink, said Erin coldly and scornfully. I won't have the strength to work if I can't get enough to eat, April responded while blinking her innocent eyes. I was teasing you, don't you get it? Asked Erin. I know, but I'm used to it, said April. After having an unpleasant morning and lunch, Erin grouchily went to bed for his afternoon nap with April's help. April stood by the bed and spent a while looking at his brows, which didn't stop frowning even when he was asleep. Then she gently tucked him in and prepared to go downstairs to rest a little. She wanted nothing more than to finish taking care of Erin, collecting her salary, and leaving once he recovered. She didn't expect Mrs. Bennet to almost triple her wage. At first, she only planned to earn enough for tuition fees, but now her living costs could be covered as well. That was an unexpected yet pleasant surprise. With a faint smile, April went downstairs and found Richard was standing in the living room, holding a stack of books. He was smiling in the bright daylight, looking like an honest and harmless fox. Sister, little Benny isn't sleeping, is he? Richard asked when he saw her. April felt a little strange to be called sister, but it seemed that she had successfully made herself look older than her real age. Mr. Bennet went to sleep just now, she responded. Then I won't wake him up. He always gets extremely grumpy when somebody wakes him up, said Richard. He took 2 steps forward and put the stack of books in April's hands while saying, "These are the books that I found for him to refresh his knowledge. Tell him to take his time reading these when he wakes up." April nodded. She felt that Richard was a good friend and wondered if he knew that Aaron had named his dog after him. What a nice friend. Yet Aaron showed no respect towards him. However, when she lowered her head to look at the books in her hands, she saw some weird breasts and sexy photographs of women in bikinis. Even as a woman, she blushed when seeing those. This? She stammered. "Little Benny's gonna love these. They're his favorites. Tell him to cherish them since I spent a whole day finding him collective editions," said Richard. April didn't know what to say. She couldn't help but quickly leaf through the other few books and found that the book on top was the most conservative one amongst all. Holding these books, she felt like she was carrying burning hot heaps of coal. She was going to have some water before, but now she just wanted to go upstairs and lay these books down as soon as possible. Episode 9. You don't need to be shy. Aaron woke up at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. After joining a short video conference of his company by using his phone, he started feeling extremely bored. Seeing this, April looked at him and said, "Mr. Richard brought a bunch of books for you to read when you were sleeping." "Books?" Aaron was surprised, as he believed that it was unimaginable for a tasteless guy like Richard to read any book. "Show me," he said. April blushed slightly, but she turned back and carried all of the books on the tea table to Aaron, then said, "There's quite a lot. Take your time." Aaron thought those were normal magazines, but when he picked one up and gave it a look, his face even turned green. He directly threw the magazine out, yelling, "What the hell is that? You trying to make me sick?" "But Mr. Richard said that these are your favorite." April blinked and replied. She didn't want to believe that this was Aaron's real reaction and wondered if he was pretending. "Mr. Bennett, you don't need to be shy. I can understand it. That you've been lying on the bed for so long after all, and according to estimates by psychologists, many men like these things." "Understand my ass." Aaron couldn't help but swear. He believed that April made him angrier on purpose. He didn't want to say another word to April, but called Richard directly. Once the call connected, Richard burst into laughter on the other side of the phone and said, "Little Benny, did you get my present? Those are awesome, right? You like them, don't you?" "Richard, not everyone is like you, okay?" Aaron felt that he had lost his face completely as Richard made April believe that he was into this kind of vulgar magazine. "What? I did it for your good. You said that your body finally responded, so I think you may recover if you spend more time reading this stuff to stimulate your body," said Richard with an innocent tone. "I was gonna send you some videos, but you have that lady taking care of you, and I thought it's not appropriate for you two to watch that kind of video together. I mean, she's unmarried, and you are energetic. Single man, single woman, you know. So if you lose control and do something bad, I don't think that'd be good." Aaron subconsciously glanced at April, who stood beside him. He didn't want her to hear what Richard said, so he stayed calm and quickly turned down the volume of his phone. After that, he called Richard psycho and then hung up on the phone. Then he raised his head to look at April, who was wearing old-fashioned clothes. Recalling Richard's words, his handsome face twisted as he said to April, "Get these magazines away. If Richard ever brings any other strange things, reject him directly." "All right." Seeing the look on his face, April felt confused. Did he not like these things? Was he pretending? It seemed that she did need to regard him with special respect. At night, since Derek wasn't here, The sponge bath had become a very awkward thing. Because of what happened the last time, April was worried the whole time and didn't dare mention the previous sponge bath. Aaron didn't want to do it either. He felt uncomfortable, as he thought that April might find some excuse to touch him again. And if his body reacts this time too, that would be way too embarrassing. At 10 o'clock, Sister Emily came upstairs to remind him, "Mr. Bennet, it's late. You should take the sponge bath and then get to sleep." While speaking, she smilingly looked at April. Seeing that he remained silent with an embarrassed face, she knew that she would have to give him that sponge bath tonight. So she silently went to prepare the warm water. When she came back out, Sister Emily had already left. "Get me a pair of clean underpants from the drawer in the closet." Aaron directly gave an order without even looking at her. "Okay." April put down the basin of water and turned to go to the closet. It was her first time walking into this 250 square foot closet. 3 walls were occupied by wardrobes with matching suits hanging neatly within them. She opened a random drawer in which men's underwear were placed in rolls. Her face blushed slightly. There were too many colors and she didn't know how to choose. At last, she closed her eyes and grabbed one, a pair of red boxer shorts. When she came out, Aaron threw her a sideways glance while switching channels with the TV remote control, then said, "I don't want you to give me the sponge bath, but there's no one else in this house. Don't overthink this, as I have no interest in you. And don't play the game that you played last time. I didn't like it." April felt speechless as she felt that he was the one who had been overthinking things this whole time. Forget it. He's the boss, so he can say whatever he wants, she thought. She took a deep breath. Somehow she managed to calm down and started seeing him as an ordinary patient. This time, she didn't dare to be even a little careless and wiped all distracting thoughts from her mind. She understood that she had to get used to this because Derek wouldn't be around for quite some time. In his absence, she would have to deal with this kind of work. While wiping his thighs, she turned her face away. But soon, she sensed something strange. It was like a little tree suddenly became a towering one. As she wondered what was happening, she forgot the lesson learned from last time and turned her head to look at where she was wiping. As soon as she saw it clearly, she was dumbfounded. Aaron had frozen as well. Last time, his body only reacted slightly, but now he felt it even stronger when she wiped his thighs. Everything happened too fast, and once he realized what had happened, his body was already out of control. He breathed deeply as he couldn't believe that he had truly recovered. However, he wished that he didn't recover at this very moment. He didn't want this woman to witness his recovery. It was worth mentioning that he had told her to not overthink about this just now. "Why are you staring at me again?" Aaron accused April before she could say a word. April looked up suddenly from the shock, only to find that the situation was even more astonishing than last time. Hearing him yell, she hurriedly helped him to put on clean shorts. However, the situation turned even more awkward after she put the shorts on him. "Sorry, I didn't think that, and this pair of shorts are a little too tight," she stammered. She didn't manage to finish talking and blushed, her heart thumping. Aaron couldn't raise his head to look at her, but he could imagine how weird this whole thing was. He took a deep breath and then said grimly, "Have you forgotten what I said to you just now? You're a woman, but why don't you know what shame is?" April was a little annoyed by his ridiculous accusation. There were certain things that she hadn't experienced, but that didn't mean she knew anything about them. She couldn't help but contradict. "That has nothing to do with me. I was just wiping you, but who knows?" She meant that was his problem. I haven't had sex in a long time, but this is a natural physical reaction. This happened when Derek gave me the sponge bath too, he said. Then you shouldn't blame me for it, she said. Now Aaron didn't know what to say. After remaining silent for a couple of seconds, he responded proudly. Anyway, it's wrong for you to stare at my body. He would blame her no matter what. April again felt speechless, but she didn't want to continue arguing with him. Episode 10. Picking him an outfit. She silently helped Aaron to put on his pajama pants. Then she nicely asked him, "Don't you feel a little uncomfortable like this?" A little uncomfortable? He felt extremely uncomfortable. He raised his eyebrows and asked alertly, "What do you want? I don't need you." April didn't know how to respond. Why on earth did he always feel that she was lusting after him? I mean, do you need me to bring you the magazines you told me to throw away this afternoon? She asked. Aaron's cold face turned even colder as he responded, "What do you mean?" I think you have to find a way to channel it, as staying like this isn't a solution. Don't worry, I won't laugh at you. With a warm smile and tone, April tried to let him know that she could understand him. Aaron fixed his eyes on her. His face seemed to be covered in frost. A few seconds later, he let out 2 words in an exceptionally cold voice. Piss off. April immediately picked up the basin and left, as if being told to piss off was such a relief. Aaron laid stiffly on the bed alone and realized that he felt more and more uncomfortable with every passing minute. However, he had just yelled at April, so now he couldn't convince himself to talk to her again. April came out of the bathroom after pouring away the water. Seeing the painful look on Aaron's face, she turned her lips up slightly. He deserves this. He's been so determined to save his face, she thought. Having suffered through the night, Aaron woke up the next morning with 2 dark circles under his eyes. His handsome and nicely shaped face was so sour that he seemed to be on the verge of losing his temper. I have to go to the office today. Go and find me some clothes, he said to April. What kind of clothes do you like to wear? She asked. April didn't know what to pick because he had way too many clothes in his closet. What do you think? Aaron threw the question back to her with a weird tone. April didn't know how to proceed with this conversation. She had only been here for a couple days, and he wore loose-fitting pajamas all the time. So how was she supposed to know about his preference for clothes? However, Aaron didn't seem to want to answer her question at all. April had no choice but to silently turn and walk into his closet. Fortunately, she used to help her father and Isaac match their clothes. At last, she picked a gray suit and an overcoat in the same color. She had considered picking this set of clothes before. It was the end of the year, so she assumed that he needed to go to the office to meet with top managers or join a conference today. For such occasions, he should dress formally and in a cool tone so that he will have a strong presence. A while later, Aaron's cold eyes sparkled with surprise when he saw the clothes in April's hands. He asked her to pick his clothes for no other purpose but to make it inconvenient for her. But to his surprise, she made good choices even though she only wore old-fashioned clothes herself. After putting on those clothes with April's help, Aaron looked like an elegant and successful man with a cold vibe. Although he was sitting in a wheelchair, the clothes were comfortable enough too. When he came downstairs, Sister Emily's eyes glowed as she praised him. I haven't seen Mr. Bennet dressed so gorgeously in the longest time, she said. Aaron glanced at her coldly. However, the sharp-eyed April noticed that the corners of his mouth twisted up slightly. He seems to be cold only on the outside, she thought. After breakfast, April sat inside Aaron's Rolls-Royce as she was heading to his office with him. About half an hour later, the car drove into the parking lot of a skyscraper. April had passed by this area before the end of when she was on a bus and heard that this area had the most A-listed companies in the city, and that the people who lived here were all white collars and top managers. She couldn't believe that Aaron owned such a giant company. She couldn't help but glance at the man sitting beside her. His eyes were closed as he was resting, and his handsome side profile seemed mysterious in the dim light of the parking lot. After the car was parked, Marvin, Aaron's assistant, helped him get out of the car, and April followed them closely behind. They took the private elevator to the 52nd floor, then headed straight to the conference room. The door opened, and sitting in the room were about 20 top managers in nice suits. April stopped by the door, but Aaron suddenly crooked his finger towards her and said, "Come in and help me." April had no other choice but to walk in. She tried her best to make herself invisible, but still felt countless gazes landing on her. Fortunately, she had been in such situations with her father before, so she took a deep breath and started to calmly make tea for Aaron. Even Aaron couldn't help but look at her for a little longer, as he was surprised by her composure. After all, the people sat in this room were all intimidating personalities. He remembered that even Marvin was quite nervous when he followed him into this room for the first time. "Mr. Bennett, are you feeling better?" someone asked with concern. "Do I look like I'm feeling better to you?" Aaron knitted his brows and countered back. He made the man feel too embarrassed to continue talking. "All right, this is the end of year summary meeting. Let's save time and begin now," Aaron said. Once he finished this sentence, the atmosphere in the conference room turned more serious than before. April felt that those top managers didn't even dare to breathe too loud. However, what impressed her more was the fact that, although Aaron had been talking with a flat tone, every single sentence he said pointed out an essential problem. No wonder he could build a great company at such a young age. Suddenly, Aaron asked with a cold voice, "I have a question. Why don't I see that sum of money from Platinum Wings Corporation?" And then the conference room fell silent. A long while later, Philip from the finance department stuttered to explain. "Platinum Wings Corporation has been suffering losses in the latter half of the year. We've sent people to ask for the money a few times, but their CEO is in the hospital now. Their money has been used for patching up holes. If we push them harder now, that old man might die." Aaron sneered, veins throbbing in his temples as he said, "We're running a company, not a charity. Do you know that other large companies have invested in Platinum Wings Corporation too? They want profits at the end of the year, and if you don't give them money, they'll give you trouble. Who can patch this hole then? The others are waiting for the money to come so that they can have a happy new year. If he doesn't give his money but threaten to jump from the top of this building, will you take the responsibility?" Philip got embarrassed and remained silent. "Before getting off work today, I want you to collect the money no matter what. Tomorrow is the 29th, the last workday of the year. I think you all understand that you won't be able to have a happy new year if the money isn't in our shareholders' accounts on time," demanded Aaron. After throwing out this last word with a frosty tone, Aaron ended the meeting. It was 11 o'clock in the morning, and April stood in a bright, luxurious office. She could see the hanging garden covered in plants, the tennis court, and the swimming pool through the window. Building a skyscraper like this must cost hundreds of millions. April remembered that the company owned by the Eisenberg family was far less luxurious. She shouldn't help but look at the young and handsome Aaron again, who was focused on all kinds of forms at the moment. She kept looking at him from the corner of her eyes until Richard elegantly walked in through the carved door. "You're sitting in a wheelchair, yet you're working in the company," he said. "As the deputy general manager, you didn't attend the year-end summary meeting, and you're late to work. If we relied on you, the company would have tanked long ago," said Aaron as he glared at him with an infuriated face. Aaron continued, "If I wasn't here, those idiots would have lost Platinum Core's money." Richard dragged himself a chair to sit down and said, "That's not their fault. That old man, the CEO, he's too sneaky, and it's a special case." April poured him a cup of tea. He picked up the cup and took a sip, then praised, "Wow, sister, I didn't know that caretakers could make nice tea, too." Episode 11. Unexpected Encounters. Hearing Richard, Aaron glanced at April silently. The way she made tea seemed to be quite skillful indeed. "Have you learned how to make tea before?" he asked. April smiled and responded, "The older you get, the more you know." Aaron snorted coldly and said, "I don't think you know anything besides eating, and a little compliment can make you so proud. If you are so capable, why did you become a leftover lady?" April shut her mouth, speechless. She couldn't understand why Aaron saw her as someone who knew nothing but how to eat. Richard glanced at him and said, "Little Benny, can you not say such mean things? Let's talk about the business. Later, a man will come over to discuss a plan. Please meet him for my sake. One of my good friends insisted on introducing him to me, so let's just see him as a new friend." "Who?" asked Aaron. "Isaac Davidson, the president of Imperial Corporation." Bang! April was turning back to refill the kettle, but upon hearing that name, she forgot to watch her feet and stumbled over a chair, almost falling to the ground. After regaining her balance with quite a bit of effort, she could hear nothing but a buzzing noise in her head until Aaron's angry yell helped break her trance. "Why are you so careless?" he said. I'm sorry," April apologized. She was afraid that the others might detect her emotion, so she didn't dare raise her head, and instead turned around to turn on the water cooler and refill the kettle. Only she knew that her hands were shaking. She didn't expect to hear Isaac's name again after she came to a strange new city, let alone even run into him. She had once loved that man so much for so long. She wanted to give him her heart and soul. But now her heart was filled with nothing but hatred when she heard his name. She wanted to cut his chest open with a knife to see his heart and ask him why he treated her the way he did. However, now was not the right time for her to see him again. At that moment, Aaron's scornful voice was heard again. "Isaac? Is he the man you mentioned the last time who relied on a woman to climb up and snatch the stake of Imperial Corporation?" "Don't say that," said Richard. "We know that man is shrewd, but what businessman isn't dark-minded? Do you remember the half-developed large outdoor film studio in the downtown area that's laying as waste because the capital chain is broken? Isaac took it over, but his fund is insufficient, so he wants to work with us. We can become a shareholder or find a new investor to fund the project. We'll get 15% of the commission, which is quite considerable, and the case is very feasible." April paused. She had heard about the large outdoor film studio downtown. It was said that the film studio cost billions. She didn't think that Isaac had so much money to take it over. She underestimated him, and she didn't know how many more secrets he had kept from her. She remembered that when she first met him, he was just an ordinary man who was capable, but had no distinguished family background. If the outdoor film studio succeeds, Isaac would become a highly influential person in the entire film industry. Aaron carelessly twisted his thin lips and said, This man Isaac is ambitious. It seems that controlling the Imperial Corporation isn't enough for him, so he wants to build a large-scale outdoor film studio for filming and tourism. I'm afraid he's going to rule the entertainment circle one day. That's why I said this case is worth talking about, said Richard. Marvin knocked on the door, then walked in and said, Mr. Bennett, Mr. Davidson from the Imperial Corporation is downstairs. He asked to see you, and he said that he has an appointment with Mr. Jones. Tell him to come up, said Aaron flatly. April's heart skipped a beat. She subconsciously lowered her head to look at her clothing. It wasn't time for her to meet Isaac again, and she didn't want him to see her like this. She hurriedly put down the teacup in her hand, turned back and said, Mr. Bennett, since you're discussing a case, I think I should leave for now. Why do you have to leave? I won't agree to that case anyway, said Aaron carelessly while knocking the table with his slender fingers. April paused. Richard widened his eyes and said, Are you crazy? Turn down such a profitable case? I'm not lacking money, said Aaron in a deep and lazy voice. I don't appreciate people like Isaac. He took advantage of his fiancée and mercilessly kicked her away after getting what he wanted. Do you think he will help you make a fortune easily? I've never met him, but I'd guess that he's a snake. You know, I've always disliked that kind of person. I only agreed to see him because of you. Richard was a little speechless, but he knew that Aaron meant what he said. You're right, but those Eisenberg family people got what they deserved. That old man and their family molested his students at such an old age. So disgusting, he said. Aaron snorted and said, That's disgusting indeed, but it doesn't mean that Isaac has clean hands. Forget it. I don't intend to upload justice. I just don't appreciate people like him. The afternoon sunlight poured on Aaron's beautifully shaped face and emphasized his proudness and elegance. It all seemed to be part of his nature as the sun brightened his face, making it very pleasant to look at. April stared at him for a few seconds, and then her calm heart rippled. Ever since her father went to prison, all of her family and friends left her and tried everything to avoid her. Many of them were still cursing her father. Long articles were published on all kinds of news media to praise Isaac for his integrity, for placing righteousness over family loyalty. But no one saw the dirtiness in that man's heart. Without the Eisenberg family, without the failure of April's father, and without taking away everything she had, how could Isaac have ever achieved his success? If April hadn't put in a good word for him in front of her father, Roald Eisenberg, then he wouldn't have even had a platform to start his career. The arrogant and snobbish Aaron was the only one who said something like that about him. Although he was standing on the top of the business world, he still had a clean conscience and integrity. There weren't many people in the world like him. Suddenly, April felt that Aaron had become much more appealable in her eyes. At least, he was better than those hypocrites. Mr. Bennett, I need to go to the bathroom, April said abruptly, interrupting Aaron's conversation with Richard. Aaron stared at her with displeasure. It may take a while, April added, showing an embarrassed expression on her face. Aaron's face turned sour immediately. Go, go, Richard waved his hand and said, She's been with you all day and didn't even get the convenience to go to the bathroom. Now I'm with you. Don't worry. Thank you, Mr. Jones. April thanked Richard, then lowered her head and quickly walked out of the office. Not long after she left, Isaac, well-dressed in a pantsuit, stepped out of the elevator. He saw a familiar figure disappearing at the end of the corridor. He narrowed his eyes and thought that was an illusion. Why did that girl look so much like April Eisenberg? But she had no reason to show up on the upper floor of the building of Millennium Investment. Mr. Davidson, what's wrong? Asked Marvin. He was showing him the way when he noticed Isaac suddenly pause. Nothing. Isaac shook his head, cleared his mind, then walked into the CEO's office. April spent 5 minutes in the bathroom, then saw Marvin doing his work in the secretarial pool when she got out. After being informed that Aaron's meeting with Isaac wasn't over yet, she asked Marvin, "It seems to be inappropriate for me to go in now. Can I stay in the reception room for a while?" Episode 12. She's mine now. Of course you can. I'll let you know when Mr. Davidson leaves. A very busy Marvin nodded. The reception room was next to the elevator. April put down the window shade after getting in so no one would see her from the outside. She waited for 30 minutes until she heard a familiar sound of footsteps coming from outside. She had heard the same rhythm countless times in her bedroom, and every single time she would excitedly open the door to welcome the owner of it. But now her heart was thumping, and her nerves were as tense as a pulled bow, so much so that she found it hard to breathe. "Isaac, every time we mention the important things, Aaron changes the topic. He doesn't seem to want to work with us," the man said in a low voice. Even though he said it faintly, April was able to recognize that voice. It belonged to Clark Woodsworth. He was Aaron's junior in school and used to follow him around. It seemed that he had become Isaac's right-hand man now. "I know." Isaac's voice was like the sound of a cello, calm and mellow. "Aaron is a proud and arrogant man. It can be good if we can work with him, but if we can't, we'll have no way to change that. It's not a big deal, as we can always find other investment companies. It's not like this is the only one in the world," Clark said and snorted. Didn't you mention that April is in this city? You've been trying to find her all this time. But why haven't I heard anything about her yet?" Isaac responded coldly. "No, I haven't found her. I think that maybe she changed her name," said Clark. "In any case, you must find her, even if you have to search the whole city," said Isaac. The voices of these two men faded completely as the elevator bell rang. April froze. Her body was like a statue. She didn't think that Isaac would still be looking for her. She had nothing now. He had taken the company, ruined her education and career. As he had said, she was no longer in that glamorous circle because Rosaria was there now. But then why was he still trying to find her? He had become a millionaire who had a beautiful girlfriend. Wasn't that enough for him? What else did he want? Did he still feel that he hadn't tortured April enough? April remembered that after her father went to prison, Isaac and Rosaria often showed up around her to make fun of her. They took delight in taunting her. Were they still planning to continue doing that? Merely thinking about that made her tremble. Marvin walked in abruptly and said, "Miss April, the guests have left. Mr. Bennett is calling for you." "Okay." April calmed herself down, then hurriedly walked toward the office. As if now, staying with Aaron seemed to be the safest way for her to get through this period. Seeing her show up, Aaron scoffed. "You spent a really long time in the bathroom. I thought you fell in the toilet." April didn't respond. Richard stood up to defend her by saying to Aaron, "I can't stand you. She waited outside instead of coming in to interrupt our meeting. I think she's quite polite. She's a nice caretaker and you should be content. I'm leaving. I don't want to spend more time with someone as grumpy as you." It was 1 o'clock in the afternoon when they returned to the mansion. Aaron wasn't hungry, but April was starving. Finally, she sat by the dinner table with a bowl and cutlery in her hands. She enjoyed the meal. Aaron stared at her, brows knitted. He believed that April had been acting more and more carelessly ever since his mother had said that she could have meals with him. Now he wanted to criticize her for something, but found that even though she was eating fast, she didn't make any noise through chewing and was holding the cutlery quite properly. In addition, she picked the food with her knife and fork in a very good manner. In fact, her table manners were just as good as those of the many girls from the eminent families that he had seen. April sensed the gaze which was fixed on her, so she raised her head and accidentally looked into his eyes. He seemed to be lost in his thoughts. After what happened earlier today, April had a better impression of him. She had seen many rich people from wealthy families, but all of them were so arrogant, believing that they stood high above the masses. Some of those people just loafed about with no proper things to do. Aaron wasn't like any of them. He was proud, but righteous, and outstandingly capable at work. "I'm sorry, I'm just too hungry," said April. Aaron's lips curled down with dislike as he said, "You're a woman, but you eat like a starved prisoner. Any man would be frightened by your poor table manners." April paused. She remembered that her table manners were quite all right. Sister Emily, who stood aside, couldn't help but defend her. "Mr. Bennet, if April's table manners are poor, we can all die." "Who told you to speak?" shouted Aaron. He pulled a long face and said, "Sister Emily, do you want your year-end bonus or not?" Sister Emily rubbed her apron and responded, "Speaking of year-end bonus, Mr. Bennet, I leave for the new year tomorrow. My sons and daughters-in-law are all waiting for me at home, but I'll be back in a few days. Are you going back to the family house tomorrow?" "I need to go to the hospital tomorrow for physical therapy, so I'll head to the family house the day after that," said Aaron, frowning tightly. "Who will cook my dinner after you leave?" he asked. "I'll get the ingredients ready and April can cook for you," said Sister Emily. She thought for a moment and said, "Mr. Bennet, April can cook very well." "No, the things she cooks are disgusting," said Aaron, face filled with distaste. April wiped her mouth, smiled abruptly, and said, "I feel lucky that you think I can't cook well, because then I don't need to take care of you and cook for you at the same time. That would be exhausting." Aaron immediately put down his chopsticks and sneered while saying, "Yeah, I pay you so well every day, but your only task is to take care of me. That's so unfair. Starting tomorrow, you will be responsible for all my meals after Sister Emily leaves, and you'll have to do it according to Sister Emily's standards. 6 dishes and 1 soup for every meal." April widened her eyes and showed a pained look when she heard him. Seeing that, Aaron suddenly felt delighted. He turned his thin lips up, but failed to notice the faint smile which flashed across April's face. After lunch, April helped Sister Emily to tidy up. In the kitchen, Sister Emily winked at April and laughed. "You did that on purpose just now, didn't you?" April smiled. "Mr. Bennet can be childish sometimes. He just likes to disagree with everything that others say," said Sister Emily. She smiled and sighed while saying, "But I'll have to leave the work to you. I'll prepare all the ingredients, and you'll only need to stir-fry them tomorrow." "Thank you, Sister Emily." April looked at Sister Emily's warm, smiling, chubby face while responding. The next day, Sister Emily left for home after preparing breakfast. Marvin arrived at the villa at 9:30, and then they all headed to the hospital. The physical therapy was scheduled for half an hour. April sat outside the physiotherapy room playing a game on her phone while waiting. Dr. Lee from the urology department passed by, and his eyes glowed when he spotted April. "April, I haven't seen you in so long. I heard from Sister Leah that you went to work for Mr. Bennet as his caretaker. Are you doing well?" he cried. "I'm good," said April as she hurriedly stood up. Dr. Lee had helped her with many difficult situations when she was taking care of some patients in this hospital, so she was grateful to him. "Dr. Lee, aren't you leaving for the New Year holiday?" she asked. "We doctors don't have holidays," said Dr. Lee smilingly, "especially at the end of the year. Many people are returning from other cities and the highways are all jammed. Car accidents are happening endlessly. The hospital is overcrowded now, but I'll take the day off in the coming days. I heard that a big movie will be released that day. Do you have time to watch it together?" At this moment, Aaron was wheeled out of the physiotherapy room by Marvin. He saw a round-faced doctor wearing an old-fashioned pair of glasses and a white coat standing in front of April, inviting her to see a movie. He raised his thick eyebrows and said to the doctor, "Sorry, she's mine now." Episode 13. April protects him. Dr. Lee paused, and April felt speechless. Does he have to make it sound so strange? She wondered. This is the patient I've been taking care of lately. He'll need me until he's fully recovered, she explained to Dr. Lee. Dr. Lee sighed in relief after hearing April. All right then. Let's wait until you have time. I'll call you. As Aaron looked quite difficult to get along with, he only nodded to April before leaving. After that, Aaron squinted at April with a meaningful, faint smile and said, "You and that fatty look like a great couple when you were standing together. That's right. You two even look a little similar as you're both wearing old-fashioned glasses. But isn't working in the urology department a little disgusting?" As a caretaker, April often needed to visit the hospital, so she knew that doctors had been doing tough work. Therefore, she couldn't help but retort when she heard Aaron speak so sarcastically. "Mr. Bennett, working in the urology department may sound not good, but 80% of all people will need to see urologists at some point of their lives. If you ever suffer a urinary disease in the future, please remember to endure it instead of going to see a urologist." Aaron laughed and responded, "I just said a few things about the fatty. Do you really need to defend him so seriously? Look at you, so easily offended." "Dr. Lee and I are just friends." April sighed and said, "Mr. Bennett, let's go back. I still have to cook your lunch after we get back." Aaron stared at her for a little while and then said, April followed his wheelchair. However, after taking 2 steps forward, she heard Aaron add, "That fatty is plain looking. He looks old, and his nose is flat. I think you should avoid looking at me too much from now on because you'll find that no other man is as good looking as I am. When you're no longer around me, I worry that might make it more difficult for you to get married, which would be bad." April didn't know what to say. She had never met someone so narcissistic and shameless. While heading to the hospital gate, Marvin called the chauffeur and told him to drive the car over from the parking lot. When they came down to the ground floor, Aaron suddenly frowned and said, "I left my phone in the physiotherapy room. I'll go get it. Ms. April, please wheel Mr. Bennett to the car," Marvin said to April before quickly heading back. The eye-catching Rolls-Royce was already parked under a tree as they came to the hospital gate. However, when April wheeled Aaron's chair to the car, a mob of people suddenly rushed to them. "You evil capitalist! Profiteers! You should die!" While yelling, the bald man in the front poured a large bucket of an unknown liquid at Aaron. "Watch out!" April knew that Aaron couldn't move his body fast enough, so without thinking, she stood before him and let the liquid pour down on her hair, face, and body. The stench made her want to throw up. A few drops of the liquid splashed on Aaron's clothes, so he immediately figured out what it was. A trace of shock flashed across his eyes, which were widened because of anger. He didn't expect April to stand before him. He knew that he couldn't dodge that and had prepared himself for that already. Failing to pour the liquid on Aaron, the bald man raised the bucket to hit him. The people behind the bald man all rushed around, trying to push Aaron or throw things at him. Rotten eggs and all kinds of leftover foods were thrown at him and April. His wheelchair was shaken violently, while April shielded him strongly like a hen protecting its chicks. The bucket fell on her shoulder and caused great pain. "What are you doing?" The driver got out of the car as soon as he could to try to push the people away. However, it was a large group of aggressive and violent people, and the driver could only hold off a few of them. However, he managed to give April some time to open the car door, lift Aaron, and directly put him into the back seat. "Don't you run," The ferocious man closest to her rushed over, grabbed April's hair, and dragged her out of the car. April moaned in pain. She tried to fight through the pain, shut the car door hurriedly, and guarded it to prevent those people from opening it. In the car, Aaron angrily and anxiously looked out of the window. April's face and body were pressed against the car, but she clenched her teeth and remained silent without moving an inch. No matter how hard those people pulled her clothes and hair, she kept hanging on. Her arms clung to the car, and her eyes showed immovable determination. "April, open the door!" shouted Aaron. He was enraged. All his life, he was the one who protected people, but now he was being protected by a woman. A feeling of powerlessness surged from the bottom of his heart. He wanted to move his body, but a sharp pain from his spine prevented him from doing that. Fortunately, Marvin came over quickly. Once April felt that she couldn't hang on anymore, Marvin had rushed over and pushed away a few of the attackers. The hospital security guards arrived at the same time. Seeing this situation, the people ran away immediately from the side entrance of the hospital. "Mr. Bennett, are you okay?" asked Marvin as he opened the car door. He saw an extremely angry look in Aaron's eyes. "Check on April," said Aaron with a tense face, surprising Marvin, who thought that he was going to yell at him. I'm all right," said April, standing about a meter away from the car and rubbing her scalp. Face ghastly pale, she felt her entire body aching and felt intolerably stinky. She stammered, Those people didn't use any weapons. They just pulled my hair. It's all right." "All right," said Aaron as his brows twitched. The look in his eyes turned darker and darker as he said, "Do you see yourself as a woman at all? Who told you to play a hero in that kind of situation? There were so many people. Didn't you think that you might die? And that bucket of urine, how could you stand before me even before you figured out what it was? What if it was sulfuric acid? Don't you want to get married one day?" April was experiencing severe pain, but Aaron gave her a full dressing down. She felt wronged, so she kept her mouth shut and didn't say anything. Marvin glanced at her, then at his boss, and then sighed silently. "Boss, I know you mean to be concerned about her, but do you have to make the caring words sound so mean? Not everyone knows you as well as I do," thought Marvin. "Call the police. Call the police now," Aaron shouted. He really couldn't restrain his anger at the moment. "Find those scums no matter how. I want a result before it gets dark," he yelled. Will do, sir," Marvin nodded while wiping the cold sweat on his forehead. After that, he turned to April and said, "Miss April, do you need a checkup in the hospital?" "No, I'm good. These are just some minor injuries. Adhesive bandages will solve the problem." While responding, April sniffed at her hand and the smell made her feel sick. "I'll take a taxi back to the mansion. I stink," she said. "Who told you to take a taxi? Are you rich? Get in the car now. I'm going back for a shower too. You can take the front seat," said Aaron. The thought that even a few drops of urine had splashed upon him made him want to scrub his skin off. He turned to Marvin and continued, "Marvin, I'll leave the rest to you. It's New Year now, so damn unlucky. And Marvin, give her my coat." An expensive, customized wind coat was handed to April, and that made her feel extremely flattered. All this time with Aaron definitely taught her one thing, and it was that he was a total clean freak. However, under the current circumstances, he not only let her sit in his car, but also gave her his coat. How inconceivable. But why did he give her his coat? April struggled a little, then spread the coat on the front seat and carefully sat on it. Marvin was speechless. Aaron's lips twitched as he said, "My coat costs thousands of dollars, but you're going to use it as a seat cushion?" Episode 14. April's Injury. April blinked in confusion and asked, "Isn't that what you want? The seat is very expensive. I thought you gave me the coat so that I won't spoil it." Aaron sighed at her while staring at the knitted shirt resting against her skin. The coat was for her to wear. He decided not to explain as he assumed that no man had ever offered a coat to her. However, he discovered that April was actually busty. Normally, she only wore loose-fitting clothes, so he had never noticed her body shape. He had no time to think about that, though. After the doors were closed, the car was filled with the foul smell of urine. Aaron knitted his brows and hurriedly told the chauffeur to open the window. "Should I just get out of the car?" April felt a little uncomfortable sitting in the car, especially after she was told that the coat under her butt was worth thousands of dollars. "He won't ask me to pay for this coat, will he?" she wondered. "Shut up," Aaron responded to her coldly, then said to the chauffeur, "Drive faster." About 40 minutes later, they arrived at the mansion. April pulled the coat off the seat and ran into the mansion to take a shower. Looking at her back, Aaron finally let out the breath he had been trying to hold in this whole time. He then coldly said to the chauffeur, "Wash the car thoroughly from the inside and outside. Throw away the seat cushions and the floor mats, too." "Will do, sir," the chauffeur responded. April took a shower as quickly as she could, but still spent 50 minutes in the bathroom. She scrubbed her skin red, yet she still felt disgusting. However, she didn't dare to take any longer as she still had to cook Aaron's lunch. After coming out of the bathroom, she found that Aaron seemed to have taken a shower as well, because his hair was half dried and he was wearing clean pajamas. Hearing April's footsteps, Aaron turned back to look at her. His pupils expanded when he saw her, but he failed to notice it. April had changed into a maroon sweater, and her wet hair hung freely over her shoulders. Her skin was white and tender. It reminded Aaron of freshly baked bread from the oven. He suddenly felt hungry, maybe because it was lunchtime. Seeing that Dr. Henry was sitting on the couch, April hurriedly walked over to greet him. "Nice to see you, Dr. Henry. Let me make you some tea." Dr. Henry raised a hand to stop her. "No need. I'm here to check on you." April gave Aaron a confused look. The doctor wouldn't show up for no reason, meaning Aaron had probably called him. But how could he be so nice? "We need to treat your injuries in a timely fashion. I don't want you to come to me for compensation when they get worse," said Aaron. He felt a little uncomfortable by her gaze, so he quickly turned towards Dr. Henry and said, "Dr. Henry, check her shoulder. Earlier I saw a bucket hit her there." April was surprised again, as she didn't think that he would notice under such a chaotic situation. "Miss April, can you please tell me where the injury is? Can you pull down your sweater to show me?" Dr. Henry asked gently and politely. April hesitated slightly, then pulled the sweater near her right shoulder slightly down. As her nicely shaped shoulder was exposed, Dr. Henry frowned. Apart from the large bruise, her shoulder was also covered in dark red scratches. Aaron saw it too. His face darkened immediately as he said, "Why didn't you tell me earlier that you're injured so badly?" "These are just bruises and scratches," said April carelessly. Aaron paused. He didn't know what to say. Other women would have started weeping long ago if they suffered the same injuries. Do all relatively older women feel the need to live like men? He wondered. "Henry, apply medicines to her wounds. Don't leave scars on her skin," said Aaron. "She hasn't gotten married yet. It's already difficult for someone like her to get married, and it will become even harder if she has scars. It'll be troublesome if she wants me to take responsibility for that." April was quite touched when she heard the first sentence he had said, but after that, she really didn't know what to say. April prepared 5 dishes and a soup in about half an hour. When she went to serve the dishes, Dr. Henry had left already. After setting the table, she wheeled Aaron's chair there and served him with a bowl of rice and asked, "Mr. Bennett, which dish would you like to taste first?" Aaron looked at the dishes on the table without any expression, but was indeed very surprised. He didn't want to admit that the mac and cheese she made last time wasn't bad, yet he couldn't help but be captivated by all these dishes she made. Every dish looked delicious and smelled amazing. But of course, he could never admit that. However, since she protected him today, he decided not to criticize her. "Fish," he said. During these days, April had learned that he liked dishes made with fish. She picked up a piece of fish with a pair of chopsticks, and then lowered her head to carefully pick the bones out for him. Her shiny black hair fell from behind her ears and formed a sharp contrast with her pink lips. Aaron felt bored, so he looked at her. He suddenly discovered how full her lips were. Those lips turned up slightly while pressed together and looked like fresh, juicy cherries. That made him want to take a bite of them. He suddenly recalled that once he heard from Richard that sucking the full lips of a woman felt like sucking jelly, too good to stop. With that thought in his mind, Aaron felt extremely uncomfortable. He believed something must be wrong with him as he had been sex-starved for too long. However, wasn't that strange for a 30-year-old woman to have such a beautiful lip color without wearing any lipstick? All of a sudden, a silvery voice was heard from outside. April raised her head to see a beautiful girl in a police uniform rush in like a gust of wind, shouting, "Brother, my dear brother, I'm here to see you. I heard that someone tried to pour a bucket of piss on you today. My boss sent me here to take a witness statement." Aaron's face darkened. Sylvia Bennett abruptly fixed her eyes on April, and then they glowed as she rushed over excitedly and grabbed April's hands. She said, "Are you Sister April? My mom has talked about you. I've seen the surveillance video in the hospital today and saw what happened. Oh my God, you were so brave. You handled that dangerous situation so calmly and actually carried my brother and threw him into the car. You're so manly. At that moment, for the first time, I felt like my brother was a little bird needing protection." Episode 15. A Deadly Humiliation to a Man. April didn't know how to respond. In the meantime, she had sensed a bone-piercing coldness from the man beside her. "Sylvia, shut your mouth," Aaron yelled. He was so angry that he even wanted to thrust Sylvia back into their mother's womb. "What are you talking about, you bad little girl?" he complained quietly. April carried him up. He was like a bird which needed protection. That was a deadly humiliation to a man. "Say one more word and I'll let the police station fire you, believe it or not," he threatened his sister. "Brother, isn't that too much? I came here in such a hurry because I was worried about you." Sylvia pouted but didn't even dare to continue. Aaron sighed and responded with, "Yeah? Why haven't I heard you say one word to console me since you came in?" He felt that his little sister was exactly like his mother, and that those two women would make him angry enough to kill himself sooner or later. "Don't say that. I'm just so excited to meet my new idol," said Sylvia while glancing at April with admiration. April didn't know what to say, as she felt that it was not exactly a good thing for a woman to be called manly. She didn't know that Aaron had a younger sister who was a policewoman. "Ms. Bennett, have you caught the people who attacked Mr. Bennett this morning? Who are they?" she asked. "Speaking of which, brother, you should thank me. For your safety, I spent an unprecedented amount of effort and found the people behind the whole thing in merely 2 hours," said Sylvia proudly. "I found out that the man who poured piss on Sister April works in a building site that belongs to an employee at Platinum Wings Corporation. We've hunted him down already. According to him, He and his colleagues didn't receive their salaries at the end of the year and heard that it was because your company took their money and even sent their boss to the hospital. They believe that their company's on the verge of bankruptcy because of you, and they might not be able to get their salaries for the latter half of this year. They were so angry, so they decided to find you. That man has been in prison before, so he fears nothing. The other people were all encouraged by him. Aaron didn't seem to be surprised upon hearing his sister. Instead, he snorted coldly and said, "Great. Andrew Wheeler, the CEO of Platinum Wings Corporation, just can't stay peaceful even when he's in the hospital. Since he's taken the heartless move, I don't need to be nice to him anymore." Looking at the grim look on her brother's face, Sylvia understood that he was about to do something awful to his enemy. So she said softly, "Brother, why don't you just teach them a lesson and then let it go? I heard that the owner of Platinum Wings Corporation is quite old and is sick in the hospital. In fact, if anything happens to him, his employees will be the only ones who will really suffer." "What do you know?" Aaron's voice was cold. "I invested in that company single-handedly, and I am the reason they have achieved what they have today. Don't I know how much money Aaron Wheeler has? He just doesn't want to spend it. He wants to save it for his children who are abroad. Earlier this year, I found out that he has been transferring large sums of money overseas. He's planning on leaving. He never thought about giving his shareholders the profits that they deserve or paying his employees. He just wants to pass the buck. Now that he's desperate, so he wants to throw the blame on me. I was too nice to him. I paid him my respect, but he didn't want it. He played a dirty trick on me and thought of me as an idiot." "April, get my phone," he then said to April. April paused in surprise when hearing him. Yesterday at the meeting, she felt that Aaron acted a lot like a capitalist, but she could understand it, as all investors value their own profits. However, today she learned that he had shown his mercy indeed. She had seen too many entrepreneurs in all these years. Some of them refused to pay their employees, but took the money and fled abroad with their families when their businesses failed. They lived a happy and safe life overseas, but the poor people who worked hard for them suffered the consequences. Aaron called Marvin and said to him, "Spread Aaron Wheeler's personal accounts and his room number at the hospital right now. Let his employees know. The sooner the better. Inform the shareholders that Andrew Wheeler has falsified the company accounts and attempted to pocket the profit without sharing it with anyone else. When his employees go to him for an explanation, you should send some people to go with them. Tell them to bring a few buckets of shit and piss. They'd better make him eat those." When he was finished talking, Aaron angrily hung up the phone and murmured, "No one has ever dared to disrespect me all my life, but today someone actually tried to pour piss on me. They're playing with fire." Sylvia swallowed and said carefully, "Brother, take it easy. It wasn't poured on you." Before she could finish her words, Aaron glanced at her with dagger-like eyes and snapped, "It wasn't poured on me, but it was poured on my pet. That was like a slap on my face." Pet. Suddenly, April didn't want to feed him anymore, so she smilingly put down his bowl and chopstick and said, "So pets can feed people? Then how about I go to the backyard and bring Richard here to feed you?" She kindly risked her own safety to save him and to repay her. He called her his pet? She was a nice person, but even the nicest person could get angry at some point. "How dare you taunt me?" countered Aaron as he widened his eyes. Even the air temperature around them dropped. April looked him straight in the eyes and innocently said, "I didn't. You said that yourself, didn't you?" "We should also let Richard give you sponge baths from now on," she thought. Aaron felt humiliated. This woman is so ungrateful. Countless people would want to be my pet, but cannot. Don't you know how good Richard's diet is? I spend hundreds of dollars on each of his meals and thousands on all of his clothes, he thought. He didn't like April before, Therefore, she wouldn't have the honor to be called pet by him if she didn't risk her own safety to save him today. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting tenser, Sylvia coughed and said, "Brother, you shouldn't say that. Sister April isn't your bodyguard, yet she kindly protected you. How can you call her your pet?" To be honest, in that kind of situation, a large bucket of piss pouring over, I'd run away even though I'm your sister. It's just too gross. Aaron was speechless. He began to doubt if Sylvia was really his sister. "Sister April, let's just ignore him and eat. I've been busy the whole morning and didn't get to have lunch. Starving," Sylvia said as she quickly got herself a bowl of rice. After 2 bites, she gave April a thumbs up and mumbled to her, "Sister April, this fish is delicious. I didn't know you can cook so well. Eat. Ignore him." While speaking, she kept putting food in April's bowl. April was indeed hungry, so she pretended not to see the angry look in Aaron's eyes and started to leisurely eat. She was just a caretaker, but she had dignity too. Plus, she wasn't afraid of Aaron's threats because her mother, Caitlin, would pay her anyway. Seeing that Sylvia and April were enjoying the meal right in front of him, Aaron wore a sour look. This was the first time in his life that he'd been ignored like this. He was already hungry before, and now he felt hungrier while watching the other two eat. What was worse was that Sylvia had taken a large piece of his favorite fish. Suddenly, his stomach rumbled. April heard it. Seeing the angry and embarrassed, sad look on his face, she nearly laughed out loud. "Ah, brother, are you hungry? Do you need me to call Richard here to feed you?" said Sylvia, smilingly sarcastically with a chicken wing in her mouth. "April, don't forget about your job. If I insist on firing you, then even my mother wouldn't be able to change my mind," Aaron reminded April with a cold voice. April stopped smiling, knowing that he was serious. She shouldn't push it too far as she was only a caretaker. So she picked up his bowl and went back to feeding him. He chewed in satisfaction, maybe because he was hungrier than before, but he now felt that the fish tasted incredibly delicate. Sister Emily cooked well, but she used to work in a grand hotel, so her dishes were a little less special than April's. April made more homely dishes, ones people would never get tired of eating. Episode 16. He's like a puppy. "Brother, isn't this braised fish especially delicious?" Looking at her brother, Sylvia felt like he was a puppy getting fed by its owner. Aaron raised his chin proudly and said, "Just average. There's still room for improvement." April snorted slightly. "If it's just average, why are you taking such large bites?" she thought. She never saw him with such a big appetite when Sister Emily cooked his meals. "You call that average?" Sylvia hated his dishonesty, so she put the rest of the fish into her own bowl and said, "Since you think it's average, I'll eat it all. I haven't had such delicious fish for such a long time. Sylvia, can't you pay a little attention to your manners?" Seeing that his favorite fish was gone, Aaron became so angry that he nearly choked on his rice. Sylvia's large eyes were filled with innocence as she responded with, "We're family. Why do we have to act so reserved? Brother, you like the fish, don't you?" "I don't," said Aaron. "That's what I thought," continued Sylvia while eating happily. "Sister April, I've decided to come here more frequently to eat meals made by you. The food at the police precinct is a disaster," she said to April. "I don't want you here," said Aaron through clenched teeth. "I don't need you to," responded Sylvia carelessly. Aaron felt speechless. This was definitely the worst meal he had ever had. Sitting beside him, April observed his tightened, handsome face. He seemed to be on the verge of losing his temper, but he knew that he shouldn't. It was like he was suffering constipation. Seeing the complicated look on his face, April lowered her head and smiled. April believed that being arrogant and sharp-tongued was a disease. She couldn't cure this disease that he had, but his sister probably could. The morning before New Year's Eve, April arrived at the family home of the Bennett family with Aaron and his sister. It was a manor located about 20 miles away from Rosewood, the city where Aaron lived. The manor was designed by the most prominent architects in the country. It had the look of a traditional vintage villa that had embraced modernity. It was almost New Year's Eve. Everybody was excited to spend time together. A couple of cars were parked in the parking lot. Some were luxurious and some weren't. The only thing in common with these cars were their special license plate numbers. April wheeled Aaron into the villa. Around 10 people were already there. Some of them were playing poker. Some were chatting, and some children were frolicking about. They were all members of the Bennett family. "Little Benny, you're back." An old lady walked over on a crutch with red eyes and said, "Little Benny, I heard that you had a car accident. I wanted to come and see you, but your father didn't let me. Look at you. You're even sitting in a wheelchair. When will you recover? How could they tell me that you weren't hurt badly?" "I'll rest for a while and then I'll be full of vigor again. Don't worry." Once he finished his words, a middle-aged man sitting on the couch snorted coldly and said, "I told you not to be a businessman, but you insisted. Look at you now. You haven't recovered from the car accident yet. But yesterday someone tried to pour piss on you in public. I heard from Director Cooper that you were attacked by over 10 people. You're lucky that they didn't disable you." "Dad, it wasn't so bad. They were just trying to frighten my brother." "Dad, it wasn't so bad. They were just trying to frighten my brother. Everyone knows who he is and no one dares do anything to him unless they want to die," said Sylvia smilingly. "All right, don't you blame little Benny." Aaron's grandma gave her son a threatening glance, then said, "Being a businessman is safer than being a politician, at least. Don't forget that little Benny almost died in the army." "Please don't mention these unhappy things during New Year's Eve." Aaron's grandpa changed the topic and said to him, "Little Benny, you should talk to your mother and tell her to come back for the new year. It's been so long since they've separated. Are they going to get divorced?" "I don't know, and I'm too lazy to care." The look on Aaron's face instantly turned cold. He turned his head slightly, then pointed at the grapefruit on the tea table and said to April, "Peel some for me." The people sitting on the couch fixed their eyes on April. She shyly walked to the tea table, picked up a large grapefruit, and carefully peeled it to expose the translucent, plump fruit. Then she removed the seeds and prepared to feed the fruit to Aaron, but he raised a hand to take the fruit and ate it on his own. April paused while Sylvia said in surprise, "Brother, you can eat on your own now?" Well, this morning after getting up, I've found that I've recovered a little more," Aaron responded while chewing the juicy and sweet fruit. "Peel more for me," he then said to April. April figured that the physical therapy he had yesterday at the hospital had started working. She was worried that he might not recover before her school term began, but judging by his current condition, he should be able to walk on his own in 20 days at most. David Bennett couldn't bear to watch his son be so lazy, so he snapped at Aaron, "She's not your servant. You shouldn't ask her to peel your fruit if you can do it on your own. You're a man. How can you do that?" "I've paid her, so I asked her to peel my grapefruit for me. What's wrong with that?" Aaron raised his brows and retorted. Aaron's second uncle said, "Can you two please not argue every time you're together?" while waving them over to the poker table. "Little Benny, come over here to play poker." "All right," he responded. He then turned to April and said, "Wheel me over." Since the beginning of the poker game, April had been by Aaron's right side, peeling grapefruits for him. Her fingers began to ache, yet Aaron was still eating fast and endlessly. "Katie, can you play faster? It's not as difficult as giving birth." And April, can you peel faster? Isn't peeling fruit easy work? And get me another glass of water. I'm thirsty, said Aaron. April sighed slightly. Peeling grapefruits used to be the most troublesome thing in the world to her, so she chose not to eat them. Finally, Aaron finished half a grapefruit. She thought that was the end of her peeling job, but Aaron asked her to take a new grapefruit and peel for him. She couldn't understand why he loved grapefruit so much. After Aaron finished 2 whole grapefruits, April felt her fingers burning. Aaron's second uncle realized how tired she was, so he said to Aaron, "Little Benny, don't eat that much fruit. We'll have lunch soon. Your aunt has prepared a lot of delicious food." "All right, I'll leave some for the afternoon then," said Aaron. He then draws another card and bets some chips in front of his uncle. "Sorry, Benny, you lost again," said his cousin. Aaron wore an unhappy look and said, "I'm so unlucky. I haven't even won once." "You're holding a poor hand indeed. What about asking the lady beside you to draw cards for you?" His cousin laughed and said. Aaron turned to glance at April. April hurriedly shook her head and said, "I never have great luck." She was worried that if she made him lose money, he would take the amount lost from her salary. "You look like an unlucky person indeed, but I've lost quite a lot already. I intend to make every possible effort. Go ahead, draw cards for me," said Aaron while proudly raising his chin. Hearing him, April reached out to draw a series of cards from the deck. The cards she drew were a full house. Aaron raised one brow, said to her, "Continue." April didn't think that she would hold a good hand. She moved her chair closer to the table and continued drawing cards for Aaron. Every time she reached out to draw a card and leaned her body forward, her chest would brush against Aaron's arm. Every time April leaned over, he smelled a refreshing aroma of grapefruit from her hands. Even by this noisy poker table, she made him go into a trance. He didn't know what was happening until he heard a very deep yet sweet voice, sounding pleasantly surprised, yet unconfident, saying, Did I just win?" Aaron came back to his senses, saw his cards, then paused. Indeed, she had won by her own draws. He snorted. Aaron didn't expect her to be so lucky. "Great." April then stopped worrying. Episode 17. She only has me in her heart. Aaron's mouth curved into a smile as he thought that April was happy because she had won money for him. He believed that being happy for her boss was a very good performance of hers. He turned back to give her a praising glance, but then saw her bright smile. The corners of her mouth were turned up, unable to conceal her excitement. Her eyes, under the large black-rimmed glasses, now seemed to glow with a bright luster, which was beautiful enough to make someone's heart stop beating. She didn't look like a 30-year-old woman at all. Without knowing why, Aaron suddenly felt that she was young and pretty. His rising eyebrows suddenly turned down. He was a little unhappy. It was fine that she tried to allure him while giving him a sponge bath, but right now, in front of so many people, she was doing it again. She's so unruly, he thought. Damn, Benny, you've won back all that you lost in the first round. If I knew that your caretaker could bring you good luck, I would have never suggested that you let her draw your cards. Aaron's cousin was so regretful, and all the others blamed him. It might be an accident, said Aaron blandly. However, he continued letting April draw his cards for the next round of the game. Surprisingly, she won every round by her own draw. Until lunch, Aaron had won over $500. That surprised him. He had been playing poker for years, but was never so lucky. Can she really bring me good luck? He wondered. He conveniently handed her a wad of cash and said, This is your reward. April was stunned. He had just handed her at least a few $100s. That was a large sum of money for her. Without thinking, she shook her head and rejected it. "I don't deserve that," she said. Aaron frowned, but then smiled and said, "You're playing hard to get." April was confused. "I've seen many women who have played that game with me, but you're not like them. You've saved me after all, so I'm just going to tell you this clearly. In terms of both age and appearance, you're not my type, and I don't like flirting with women." April's mouth corners twitched as she had absolutely no idea about whatever he'd just said. "Let's go eat." He turned his head and said, clearly he didn't want to continue this topic. The lunch was made by Aaron's uncles and aunts, and it included over 20 splendid delicacies. Aaron took a couple of bites, then lost his appetite. Every New Year, he had the same multicultural cuisine dishes, which were terribly greasy. He now recalled the few homely dishes that April made yesterday. They were made from cheap food, but they looked and tasted great. While thinking, he glanced at April, who sat beside him. She was eating with a good appetite and seemed to know exactly how to eat these multicultural dishes. He remembered that some people from less wealthy families didn't know what to eat when they came here to have meals with him and his family for the first time because the food was too luxurious for them. Some of them even made stupid mistakes while eating. However, she was nothing like those people. On the contrary, she seemed to have had these luxurious dishes before. The more he thought about that, the weirder the look in his eyes became. As evening came, only Aaron, his sister, father, and grandparents remained back at the house along with some of the house help. After dinner, Aaron's grandmother began giving some kind of special envelopes to her grandchildren and to the people who worked at the house. April got one too. The thick envelope made her feel uneasy. After all, she had only been working for Bennett family for some days. "Take it," Aaron said to her flatly. "It's a family tradition." Aaron's grandmother put the envelope in her hands and said amiably, "Yeah, and I heard that you saved little Benny yesterday." After that, the members of the Bennett family sat together to watch the New Year's gala on TV. Aaron was bored after sitting there for a short while, so he went upstairs. At the family house, there were finally some men to help him out. He asked the butler to give him a sponge bath. April had been giving him sponge baths these days. At first, her face would blush while doing that, but later she was able to wipe his private area very calmly, and that upset Aaron. During the sponge bath, Aaron felt a little uncomfortable because the butler's hands were too rough, not as soft and tender as April's. Her hands felt like silk on his skin. Also, the butler was too heavy-handed, not as gentle as April. Furthermore, the butler had a strange scent, which was nothing like the refreshing aroma that he sensed from April when she got near him. He didn't like the scent that was coming from him. So Aaron glanced at him in dislike. The butler was frightened badly as he didn't know what he did wrong. After the sponge bath, Aaron went out of the bathroom and saw Sylvia talking to April by the window. "Let's go put on some fireworks. Ignore my brother," she said. "I hired her to take care of me, not to play with you." Aaron pulled a long face and said to her without showing any gentleness brothers would usually show to their younger sisters, "There's only our father and grandparents in this house. Who am I supposed to play with?" Sylvia stomped her foot and pouted, saying, "The butler will take care of you anyway." "No." Aaron turned down her request, then said to April, "April, go get me some grapefruit. I want some." So grapefruit peeling again. He has eaten 4 grapefruits in one day. Can he get tired of that? What a grapefruit-eating monster, thought April. "Excuse me, Miss Bennett, I need to peel grapefruits," April said to Sylvia while giving her a very helpless smile. Looking at her back, Sylvia felt deeply sorry for her. "Brother, can I borrow Sister April for half a day tomorrow afternoon?" she said to her brother. I think Sister April is a nice person, but she's 30 and is still unmarried. Tomorrow, Aunt Mary's son will come to visit Grandpa, and I want to introduce him to Sister April. I plan to take them to a movie as there is a hot film that will be on tomorrow. Maybe they'll like each other. Aunt Mary used to be their grandmother's caretaker. She was great at her job, so her entire family was taken care of by the Bennett family. Her son was named Connor, and he was 34 years old. He had contracted for an orchard and had been managing it well. He wasn't bad looking and was unmarried. Aaron paused briefly upon hearing his sister and soon began shaking his head. Brother, don't be so cruel. It's only going to be one afternoon. Perhaps one decision of yours will lead to a wonderful marriage, Sylvia begged him. Connor is gentle and hardworking, while Sister April is kind and capable. I think they'll be a good match. April won't like Connor, said Aaron affirmatively. Why not? Asked Sylvia. Aaron glanced at her. His eyes were saying, You're so stupid. Can't you see that April likes me? He asked his sister. Sylvia was dumbfounded to hear that. I truly can't, she blinked and said. Aaron snorted slightly, wondering why would someone as handsome and smart as him have a little sister as silly and slow-minded as Sylvia? If she isn't fond of me, why would she risk her safety to save me like she did yesterday? Didn't you say it yourself that even as my sister, you wouldn't shield me against that bucket of piss? And there's something you don't know yet. She's been trying to allure me all the time, regardless of settings. Wasn't that clear enough? She only has me in her heart now, he said. Sylvia was speechless. She felt that she had a group of crows flying across her mind, cawing loudly. As her brother had always been strangely confident, she surely didn't believe what he said. But it's not good for her to carry a torch for me like that. Aaron suddenly frowned and said, She's not my type at all. Never mind, you should introduce her to Connor. She might come around and see him as the second best choice. All right. Sylvia felt that her brain wasn't even working. At that moment, April walked over carrying a cut-up grapefruit. Episode 18. Happy New Year. Studio. Sylvia grabbed April's hands and said, Sister April, my brother has agreed to let you go to a movie with me tomorrow afternoon. April paused shortly, then said, But doesn't your brother need someone to take care of him? Just take half the day off. The butler can take care of me, said Aaron. While speaking, he looked at Sylvia with a helpless look in his eyes, as if he was saying, See, I know she likes me. Otherwise, why would she be so worried about me? She doesn't want to leave me alone even for a short while. The corners of Sylvia's mouth twitched. Then she said, All right, I'll be leaving now. She wanted to yell at her brother and tell him that she's your caretaker and it's normal for her to worry about you. She likes you, thought Sylvia. Only if she's sick-minded, why else would she like someone as snobbish as you? After the butler left, Aaron found a comfortable spot on the bed, then laid down to watch TV. April sat beside him, feeding him grapefruit. After spending a long time eating, he suddenly discovered that she was now peeling grapefruits much faster than she did in the daytime. So he said, Not bad. Your grapefruit peeling skills have improved. As I thought, you needed practice. April took a deep breath, then sighed and responded, I cut every segment of grapefruit at the bottom, so they're easier to peel. Hearing her, Aaron glanced at the peeled grapefruit on the plate, then said, You're smart. Seems that you're quite suitable for this job. April wanted to die when she heard him. It wasn't a happy thing for her to be told that she was suitable for grapefruit peeling. It was almost midnight when the sounds of fireworks were heard from outside, and colorful fireworks began to spread in the sky. April stood by the window looking at the fireworks and feeling the deep sadness and loneliness from her heart. Before things got bad, her family would always get together at New Year, and her father would enjoy a drink with Isaac. But now her father was in prison. She was away from home, and that her home was gone. She closed the window to block the sounds of the firecrackers. Aaron was sitting on the bed replying to messages. She assumed that many people were sending New Year's greetings to him. The room suddenly went quiet. Aaron raised his head to look at April, who was leaning against the bed, then frowned and said, "You have someone to send you a New Year's greetings to, don't you?" "No." April smiled and dropped her head to hide the sadness in her eyes. "That's sad. Not even that fatso texted you? Isn't he chasing after you?" Aaron's narrowed eyes showed slight sympathy for her as he said, "He pays too little attention to the girl he's chasing. If he likes you, he'll definitely message you with a warm blessing just past 12. I think you should forget him. He's most likely casting a wide net and playing with you." April remained silent. She never thought about being with Dr. Lee. Seeing that she stayed silent, Aaron thought that she felt even sadder than before, so he hesitated for a moment and said, "What's your phone number?" April paused for a second, then gave him her number. He lowered his head to tap on his phone. Soon afterwards, April's phone buzzed. She lowered her head to check it and found a message from an unknown number that said, "Happy New Year." "That's my number." Aaron looked at her and said, believing that she was obviously touched, "Don't misunderstand me, and please don't deepen your feelings for me. I just felt pity for you, and I mean nothing more than that. I have absolutely no desire for you." His lips curved in a proud smile. "I know." She couldn't stand his extremely arrogant and narcissistic attitude, but still sensed a warmth flowing across her heart. Seeing April gazing at him with a faint smile on her face, Aaron sighed and rubbed his hair. He believed that he was too nice. Judging by the look in her eyes, he felt that she now loved him even more, and that was terrible. On the first day of the new year, April went to the theater with Sylvia. They were accompanied by a man named Connor who looked gentle and mature. He picked April and Sylvia up from the house of Bennett family in a BMW, which was an expensive car. 10 minutes after they left, Aaron tasted the grapefruit handed to him by the butler. Then his handsome face darkened in dissatisfaction. "Why is the grapefruit peeled by you so sour?" he asked. Sweat trickled down the butler's face as he responded, "That's because not all grapefruits are sweet." "Then why were all the grapefruits peeled by April sweet?" said Aaron scornfully. He believed that the butler was trying to pass the buck and was very irresponsible. "And you're so slow. Are you planting the grapefruit?" The butler wanted to cry, but failed to shed any tears. Every grapefruit picked by April was sweet, but he didn't have the luck. "Mr. Bennett, I've tried my best. I'm not a professional grapefruit peeler after all," he said. "But April isn't one either, is she?" Aaron snorted coldly and said, "Forget it. I don't want grapefruit anymore. Go make me a cup of tea." 5 minutes later, the butler served the tea to him. He took a few sips, then knitted his brows again and said, "Your tea doesn't have the refreshing scent, and it tastes full of dry bitterness. It's awful." Not like April's tea. The butler's tea didn't have the nice fragrance which would linger for a long time. The butler now wanted to die. He graduated from a butler academy, and making tea was a piece of cake for him. However, Aaron just criticized his tea for its awful taste. That didn't make sense. "Mr. Bennett, I made tea like this before," said the butler. "Didn't you enjoy my tea at that time?" he thought. "Your skill has fallen off." Aaron put down his teacup with disappointment and said, "Massage my shoulders." The butler put his hands on Aaron's shoulder as the sweat broke out on his forehead, but in less than 1 minute, Aaron's angry voice could be heard again. "Are you trying to kill me?" he said. "You're breaking my shoulders. Your massage skills are not even half as good as April's." The butler was nearly devastated. Aaron's grandmother, who sat beside him, couldn't bear watching this, so she said, "That's enough. The butler is responsible for managing this house, not massaging and caring." The butler nodded silently. Aaron sneered and said, "Don't try to find excuses for yourself. April is just a caretaker, but why can she make good tea, peel grapefruits fast, and cook well?" After saying that, he suddenly realized that April was quite capable. She was able to protect him, cook for him, and do many other things for him. Next, without April's massage, he failed to fall asleep at nap time, and after that he got up to play poker but played an extremely bad hand. He asked the butler to draw cards for him, but the cards drawn by the butler were even worse than the ones he drew by himself. He lost hundreds of dollars in the afternoon. Now, he wanted to tear the butler into pieces every time he saw him. At 6 p.m., as she was getting out of the car, April saw the butler walk quickly towards her as if she was a savior. "April, you're finally back. I've been expecting you the entire afternoon," said the butler. April was startled. "I'm not so close with this butler, am I?" she wondered. "Mr. Bennett has been in a bad mood while you were not here. He's been angry at me the whole time," sighed the butler bitterly. "Is Mr. Bennett ever in a good mood?" asked April. The butler didn't know how to respond as he felt that April was quite right. April assumed that the butler was doing too good in the Bennett family and had never suffered the difficulties of being with Aaron, and believed that was why he was so frustrated now. She then turned back to say to Connor, "Mr. Reed, thank you for your treat this afternoon." "Don't mention it. It's my pleasure to be with two lovely ladies on the first day of the year. Contact me by Instagram if you have time." Connor smiled and waved at her, then drove away. Episode 19. The Setup with Mr. Reed. Sylvia held April's arm, snickered, and said, "Oh, you two hit it off this afternoon. I'm surprised." "Yeah, I didn't expect that to happen either," April responded. Her true age was only 22 after all, so she could always feel a generation gap when talking to people who were over 10 years older than her. However, Connor was quite chatty and not awkward to be with. "So do you..." Before finishing her words, Sylvia saw a pair of angry eyes behind the French window. The grim look in those eyes was quite scary. "Ugh, brother, why are you sitting here?" asked Sylvia. "Do I need to explain to you why I am sitting here?" said Aaron with an ice-cold voice. Just now he felt indescribably uncomfortable when he saw April get out of Connor's car smilingly. Sylvia rolled her eyes and said, "Have you eaten gunpowder?" Aaron ignored her, but turned to April and said coldly, "Come here. What are you waiting for?" "Why are you so mean?" Sylvia pouted. April shook her head, then obediently walked up behind Aaron and put her hands on his shoulders to give him a massage. Her hands were as soft as flower petals and brought him so much more comfort than the butler's hands. Enjoying the massage, Aaron, who was acting like a raging lion, instantly became a lot calmer, and the look on his face was less sour than before. Seeing this, both Sylvia and the butler paused shortly in shock, then left the scene. Aaron closed his eyes to feel her massage, then asked abruptly, "How was your afternoon?" "Eh?" April paused for a second, then responded, "The movie was good." "I didn't mean the movie." Aaron gave her a sideways glance and said, "I meant Connor." At that moment, April suddenly realized something. "Miss Bennett wasn't trying to set me up with Mr. Reed, was she?" "You've spent a whole afternoon with him, but you didn't realize it until now?" Aaron thought, rubbed his forehead. April now understood that and murmured without thinking, "But Mr. Reed is so much older than me." Aaron's mouth corners twitched as he said, "You're 30, but you think 34 is too old?" April didn't know how to respond. She forgot that she had told everyone that she was 30. "I think you like young men." Aaron believed that April liked him, who was young. However, he also believed that he would never like a woman who was 2 years older than himself, even though she could make nice tea and peel grapefruits. He thought love couldn't be forced. "I shouldn't say that. Mr. Bennett, let me peel you a grapefruit." April hurriedly switched the topic. Soon she served some well-peeled grapefruits to Aaron. He tasted one piece and found it was very sweet, much sweeter than the ones peeled by the butler. After spending a while enjoying the fruit, he said, "Connor is not bad, but his father is addicted to gambling, so I think you should consider carefully. You don't need to be anxious, though. You can stay by my side. Work for me, and I'll let my people introduce some nice men to you." He had thought about that this afternoon. He understood that keeping a woman who was craving for him by his side wasn't appropriate. However, she was really capable, and he believed that it would really be a waste to let her continue working as a caretaker and taking care of other patients after he recovered. "Mr. Bennett, what are you talking about?" April was confused. "I mean, even after I recover, you can continue working at my mansion like Sister Emily," said Aaron while looking at her. He could imagine how pleasantly surprised she would be, but after waiting for a quite while, he failed to detect any happiness from her face, which was filled with an astonishing look. "Great. She really knows how to pretend," he thought. "Thank you, Mr. Bennett." April got his message and responded with, "But I'm happy with my job. I now have no plan to change my profession." "Are you kidding?" Aaron sneered and said, "What's so good about being a caretaker? You need to deal with patient excrements and do all kinds of hard and filthy work. You're lucky to take care of me. I mean, if you're facing an old man and need to wipe his old, withered body every day, you'd feel sick even while looking at him. Working in my mansion may not sound so good, but that's an easy job. You'll get paid well and you'll have insurance and house funding. The treatment won't be any worse than what white collars can get. Do you know how many people out there want to work in my mansion? Don't be ungrateful." While he was speaking, his voice turned deeper and deeper, and his eyes were filled with unhappiness. April didn't know how to explain to him. She guessed that he would want to tear her into pieces if she directly tells him that she wouldn't be interested in working in his mansion no matter how much money he paid her. She understood that some words needed to be put mildly, but she didn't know how to turn him down without pissing him off. She tried very hard, thinking, then stuttered, "Mr. Bennett, I rejected you because I'm afraid that if I spend more time with you, I will find more outstanding features of yours. Until then, I'll fall even deeper in love and I might get carried away." Finished talking, she felt extremely uncomfortable. Aaron was stunned. Then his ears blushed. "I knew that she likes me. But how could she suddenly tell me that? I wasn't prepared for this. This woman really doesn't know what shame is," he thought. However, he also felt that her words did make sense. He pondered shortly, then said, "It's good of you to be so self-aware. I had a second thought, and now I feel that you're right. Let's forget about it." Suddenly, he felt a little pity. After all, he liked to be taken care of by April. After spending 3 days at the family house, Aaron took April back to his own mansion in Rosewood City. His grandmother knew that he loved grapefruits, so she asked the butler to put a large bag full of grapefruits in his trunk when they left. There were at least a dozen grapefruits filled in the trunk. Looking at that bag of grapefruits, April wanted to cry. After they returned to the mansion, some guests visited Aaron and paid him New Year calls. Sister Emily was back, but they were still short-handed, so April needed to serve the guests and take care of Aaron at the same time, and was often sent to the kitchen to help Sister Emily at lunchtime. Therefore, she had lost 6 pounds in these days. Not even her black-rimmed glasses could cover the dark circles under her eyes. On the 7th day in the New Year month, she accompanied Aaron to his company. As it was the first day of work this year, all his employees had lined up by the front gate of the company to welcome their boss. At 9 o'clock sharp, April wheeled Aaron into the company's building. This morning, she picked a purplish-red suit for him. The perfectly tailored suit fitted his beautiful body shape and made him look extremely elegant, even when he was sitting in a wheelchair. It also matched the joyful atmosphere of the new year. Marvin followed behind April, giving that special envelope to each employee. After receiving the envelopes, all the employees were energized. Mr. Bennett, please forgive us. An anxious voice broke the pleasant atmosphere. An old couple attempted to break in from the front gate, but were stopped by the security guards. Mr. Bennett, we're begging you. As they couldn't get in, the old couple kneeled by the front gate directly and began kowtowing. Seeing that, the employees all began whispering to each other. Those are Andrew Wheeler and his wife, Mervyn said to Aaron with a low voice. We did what you said, so they had a pretty rough New Year. I guess they're here to beg for your mercy. Beg him for mercy? Who would do that in this way? The ones who didn't know what happened must be thinking that he had done something unforgivably evil. Let them in, said Aaron coldly. Episode 20. Forgiveness. As the security guards stepped away, Andrew Wheeler and his wife shambled towards Aaron. Andrew Wheeler's hair was gray. His eyes were sunken and his face was filled with a sickly look. The red-eyed Mrs. Wheeler cried out as soon as she saw Aaron. Mr. Bennett, we're barely hanging on. Please forgive us, she cried. Yeah, it's a misunderstanding, Andrew Wheeler chimed in, about what happened to you at the hospital. We didn't do it. Those workers from the construction side of our company did it, and I knew nothing about it. I lived at the hospital during the time, and I was too sick to even get out of bed. We can't go back home. We can't go back to the hospital either. Mr. Bennett, you see, we've been working together for years, and I'm an old man. Please give us a break. Please, you're such a generous man. After saying that, Andrew Wheeler dragged his wife down to the ground and began kowtowing again. Oh my, what a busy morning. Richard walked in slowly with a wicked smile while tossing his car keys, as if he was here to watch a show. Mr. Jones, please intercede with Mr. Bennett for me. Andrew hurriedly turned to grab Richard's pants. Hey, don't touch me. Richard stepped away immediately as if Andrew had some kind of infectious disease. Old people like to blackmail others these days. You're at this age, so I don't want to take responsibility if you faint. Hearing his sarcastic words, Andrew's wrinkled face froze a little. Then he turned back to continue begging Aaron. Enough. Aaron narrowed his eyes, which were radiating coldness, and said, If you want me to give you a break, you're going to have to ask this lady beside me first. From the beginning to the end, she's the one who suffered the greatest harm. Let's see if she agrees. While speaking, he fixed his eyes on April with a meaningful look, and the others did the same. April paused. Seeing Aaron's mouth curved in a faint smile, she suddenly realized something. Aaron valued his reputation very much, so he would never let people know that someone had tried to pour a bucket of piss on him. Right now, Andrew Wheeler and his wife were trying everything to show how miserable their life was, and Erin didn't want to act too ruthless. So now she had to deal with this whole thing. According to what she knew about her boss, he did not and would never want to forgive Andrew Wheeler. It seems like I have to be the bad person now. He's an exploitive capitalist indeed, she thought. Andrew quickly looked at April from head to toe. Based on her cheap clothes, he guessed that she was most likely just a help. So he was relieved slightly as he believed that people like her were the easiest to deal with. Ma'am, I let that happen by failing to restrain my employees. How much money do you want? I'll compensate for that with as much as you want. As much as I want? April smiled coldly and responded, All right then, give me $1 million and we can forget about what happened. $1 million? Andrew paused shortly as he couldn't believe his ears. Ma'am, you see, you're standing here perfectly unharmed. You don't seem to be hurt severely. Our company isn't doing well right now and we're really short on funds. You're demanding an exorbitant price. We won't be able to afford that price, not even if we, an old couple, give you our lives, he said. Yeah? April's gaze suddenly turned sharp as she said, The beret on Mrs. Wheeler's head seems to be made by the French brand Chanel. Chanel is one of the most well-known luxury brands, and I've heard that even a simple beret from that brand is worth hundreds of dollars. I don't think you're short on money, as Mrs. Wheeler is still wearing such an expensive beret. Once she said that, all the employees who were watching were surprised. Even Erin and Richard looked at her in surprise. Mrs. Wheeler automatically tried to cover the beret with her hand, seemingly flurried. To look like a poor person, Mrs. Wheeler didn't wear any jewelry, but her most humble-looking beret, which was a gift from her daughter. It was expensive indeed, but only a few people could recognize the brand's product just from a glance. So Mrs. Wheeler didn't expect it to be recognized by some house help. What are you talking about? I bought this from a street stall. It only cost me a few dollars, she said. We can find out if it only cost a few dollars on Chanel's official website. April curved her lips while saying her eyes were filled with coldness. However, no matter how much this beret is worth, I don't intend to forgive you. Because I hate people like you, who pretend to be poor and take advantage of your seniority the most. Who is taking advantage of their seniority? Hearing her, Andrew immediately pulled a long face and said, We're kneeling on the ground to beg you. What else do you want? Forgive you or not? That's my own decision to make. Do I have to forgive you because you've kneeled to beg me? Said April blandly. When those people dragged my hair and hit me, I asked them to stop, but did they? You claim to be innocent. Can you prove that? You have no proof. If you can solve every problem by simply talking, what does the world need law and police for? You. Andrew shivered in anger. I'm sorry, I think you're not forgiven by her. Erin interrupted him as he smiled faintly and said, She's right. If you're innocent, you can tell that to the police instead of me. And I'm not the one who's troubling you. Your employees are. So you shouldn't come to me to make a scene. Security kicked them out. It's too early in the morning, but they've already ruined my good mood. He then said to the security guards. Before Andrew and his wife could say another word, they were dragged out of the front gate by security guards. As April wheeled Erin into the elevator, Richard quickly followed and said to her with great interest, Sister, I need to look at you with new eyes. If you were 4 or 5 years younger, I'd definitely chase you. April smiled and remained silent. Erin also looked at her with surprise and said, You're just a caretaker. But how do you know so much about that beret? You know where it is from and even know its price so clearly. I used to look after a patient who was from France. She worked in the fashion industry and knew this stuff quite well. I've learned some things from her. April had made up a convincible explanation long ago. So Andrew Wheeler and his wife aren't as poor as they claim to be? They're still rich, but don't want to spend their money, said Richard while clenching his right fist to punch his left palm. But I thought you'd forgive them. After all, most women are soft-hearted. I don't think I need to be soft-hearted to the ones who got what they deserved. April dropped her cold eyes and said, before she might forgive people like them. But after all that she had been through, her heart had become harder than anyone else's. No matter how old they are, they've made mistakes, and they need to pay for that. And if I forgive them, Mr. Bennet would punish me afterwards, wouldn't he? She continued. After she said that, the elevator became strangely quiet. A while later, Richard burst into laughter and said, little Benny, your caretaker is so interesting. I haven't seen such an interesting person around you for so long. Aaron gazed at April with a complicated look. He didn't want April to forgive Andrew Wheeler, and he hoped she could understand. However, he now felt embarrassed when she said that out loud. But how do you know he doesn't want to forgive Andrew Wheeler? Asked Richard. Aaron also looked at her with curiosity. April took a deep breath and said, I think Mr. Bennet is narrow-minded and bad-tempered, so he has no reason to forgive him. Aaron was speechless. Episode 21. Richard is too wicked. I don't like him. This time, Richard laughed so hard that he even burst into tears. Narrow-minded and bad-tempered? That's exactly you! Little Benny, I like your caretaker more and more. I want her to look after me when you recover, he said. He then put his hand on April's arm and said, how about I pay you $5,000 per month? April was a little uncomfortable about the way Richard acted, so she wanted to step away. However, before she said a word, Aaron began talking with a cold voice. Take your filthy hands away from my caretaker. What? You're not jealous, are you? Richard laughed. That's impossible. I was afraid that she might get your venereal disease and then give it to me, responded Aaron through clenched teeth, his face filled with dislike. Don't listen to him. I'm very healthy. Richard winked at April and said, I'm much nicer than him. I'm not stingy, and I'll never treat people the way he does. Am I not nice? Am I stingy? Have I ever mistreated people? Aaron felt shameful. Richard for trying to poach his caretaker right in front of him. Aaron's confident reaction made April very speechless. Richard rolled his eyes and said, Didn't you mistreat her? Look, through the new year, her oval face has become a V-shaped face. Is that true? Aaron looked at April's face carefully and found that she had lost some weight indeed. However, he would never admit that he didn't treat her well. So he said, A V-shaped face is the most popular shape of faces now. April, didn't you lose weight and turn your face into a V-shape intentionally to catch my attention? The corners of April's mouth twitched up intensely. Richard glanced at Aaron with disbelief and asked, Are you okay? Can't you see the dark circles under her eyes? Can't you see that she's exhausted? You call that losing weight? He thought. You know nothing, said Aaron to Richard. He believed that Richard didn't know how much April liked him now. A woman could do anything for the person she likes. Richard rubbed his forehead. He honestly didn't understand what Aaron was thinking. The elevator stopped, and the three of them walked out. Richard went back to his office, and before leaving, he asked April to think about working for him. You're not allowed to work for him, said Aaron. He sounded like an overbearing big boss. April wasn't intending to work for Richard, but she also felt that it was none of Aaron's business. So she asked him, Why? Why? Aaron knitted his brows as he failed to come up with an answer. He said that only because he felt quite uncomfortable when he pictured April taking care of Richard. He pondered for a few seconds and finally made up a satisfying answer. So he said, "Because Richard is too wicked. I don't like him." "You don't like him? But you co-founded a company with him and became his buddy," April thought speechlessly. "All in all, I said it for your own good. You've seen those magazines that he brought to me before, right?" Aaron began to tarnish his good friend very calmly. "He has many porn videos, and he'll watch them at home every day. Every once in a while, he'd take a different woman to his home. Do you think a single lady like you should live in that kind of environment?" Recalling that Richard seemed to see those magazines as treasures, April believed him. She felt sorry for Richard, wondering why such a clean-looking and sunny man like him was so dissolute. Seeing the look on April's face, Aaron felt that she was disgusted, so he smiled in satisfaction and then added, "And forget about losing weight. You were just average looking. But now you've made yourself uglier by losing weight. Don't you understand? Your old oval face was prettier," he thought. April was left speechless. April gave a bitter smile as she felt that she couldn't even breathe upon hearing Aaron's words. She never tried to lose weight. Instead, she lost weight because he gave her too much work to do. After the New Year vacation, Aaron had a ton of work to do in the office. As he was reading files, a secretary named Freddie put a plate of washed fruits on the tea table and said, "Director Kennedy brought these back from Japan, especially for you." April's heart sank. Is there something wrong with that Director Kennedy? Did he have to bring fruits all the way back from Japan? Can't he bring something else? She complained silently. During the New Year vacation, she had learned that Aaron loved grapefruits, grapes, and other similar kinds of fruits. Some men hated eating fruits, but he was very fond of them. April would even shiver at the sight of any fruit now. Aaron pointed his chin at her after glancing at those fruits, then ordered, "Peel me some grapes." April's face twitched slightly, then she said, "Mr. Bennett, the grape skin is rich in anthocyanin, which has antioxidants and anti-aging effects that can protect cardiovascular systems. It'll be a great waste to discard the grape skin. I think you should eat these grapes with the skin on them because it's good for your body. And I think your secretary has washed them quite thoroughly." "Yeah?" Aaron lowered his head and said coldly, "Since the grape skin has so many good effects, you can eat them, and I'll eat the pulp. Come on, you're older than me, so you need that anti-aging effect more." April felt like vomiting blood at that moment. She lowered her head and responded, "Ask your secretary to peel the grapes for you. I've peeled too many fruits lately. My fingers are aching." She wasn't exaggerating. She had been feeling a stinging pain in her fingertips today. "I knew it. You told me that eating the grape skin is good for my body only because you don't want to peel the grapes." Aaron raised his head to glance at her while saying, "Do you know how well-educated my secretaries are? They all have master's degrees from prestigious universities, and they're doing high-salary jobs. You want these masters to peel grapes for me? How many human resources would that waste? You're from the service industry, so you think you can be compared with them." April smiled bitterly and said, "No, I can't be compared with them. But I've been peeling fruits all day lately, and my fingers are killing me now. And what's wrong with the service industry? Can't someone from the service industry feel pain? I get paid for the work I do, and I'm not a slave. If you're not satisfied with my performance, you can cut my salary. I'm okay with that." Her eyes behind the large black-rimmed glasses were fixed on Aaron, fearless as ever. But the look on Aaron's face turned meaner. He looked at her straight in the eyes, but she wasn't afraid of him at all. He frowned, then suddenly grabbed her hands from both sides of her body and said, "Which part of your fingers are aching? Let me see." The handsome man then dragged April's hands tightly and started to observe them. From her thumbs to her forefingers, he looked at them very carefully. As his eyes got closer and closer to her fingers, April felt really weird. She looked down and saw a dropped lock of his hair and his straight nose. He looked incredibly handsome from every angle possible. A strange atmosphere emerged in the air. April was a sensitive woman. She tried to pull her hands away as she felt strange to have her hands be held by her boss like that. Besides, the secretary hadn't left. "You're not injured at all." Aaron suddenly raised his head and said, his eyes were filled with unhappiness. "You even dare to lie to me now," he continued. "I never said that I'm injured," responded April. Episode 22. The Japanese Contract. "You said your fingers hurt, but they're not injured. So how could they be hurting?" Aaron let go of her hands, then stared at her with an icy cold look as he said, "Are you playing another trick? You're changing the way of catching my attention. Aren't you bored?" April sighed slightly and responded with, "Wounds are not the only thing that can cause physical pain. My skin isn't broken, but my fingers hurt badly. If you don't believe me, you can try peeling fruits endlessly for 7 to 8 days. Why would I try that? I'm busy." Aaron sat up straight and picked up some files as he said, "You don't want to peel grapes? Fine. Your today's wage will be deducted by 50%. "Whatever." April sighed again and turned, saying, "I'll go make you some tea." Aaron nearly lost his temper. He was so angry. Raising his head, he found that Freddie was still standing there stunned. So he pounded the desk wrathfully and yelled at Freddie, "What are you looking at? If you don't want to go and continue your work, you can stay here and peel grapes." I'll go do the work now," Freddie said. He left hurriedly as he didn't want to stay in Aaron's office to peel grapes. Even his lower legs were shaking. Why did I feel that they were flirting with each other? That's not true. Not true at all, he thought while leaving. During the next 2 days, Aaron hadn't shown a good attitude toward April. He would also give her cold glares from time to time while having his meals. April realized that Aaron was awfully narrow-minded and childish and could hold a grudge for a long time. She didn't want to lengthen the disharmony between Aaron and herself, so she served him a plate of peeled grapefruits in the evening of the 3rd night while he was working in his study. "You're not going to continue pretending to have aching fingers." Aaron turned his eyes away from the computer screen and looked at her expressionlessly. April stopped herself from rolling her eyes and forced a smile. "Enjoy the fruit." Aaron picked up a piece of grapefruit, put it in his mouth, then smiled faintly. "Women need to be docile like this. I don't like the hard-to-get game," he thought. April silently stood by his side, watching him finish half a plate of grapefruits. He then began reading an email. The email was in Japanese. He browsed through it quickly, then called the translator to hand him the translated copy tomorrow morning. April stared at his computer screen for quite a while. She had spent a year in Japan as an exchange student, so she had a good command of Japanese. She couldn't memorize everything she read, but as she had started practicing memorizing lines since she was little, her memory was much better than that of an average person. At a glance, she figured out that the content of the email was an important contract. It should be the contract that Aaron's company was about to sign with a scientific and technical corporation from Japan, which was often mentioned by him during the meetings he had with the top managers of his company these days. It was said that this project was going to be their biggest investment project this year and had a budget of $10 million. "Can you read this?" Aaron saw that her eyes were fixed on the computer screen, so he asked her this after hanging up the phone. April lowered her head, smiled, and remained silent. The next day, April wheeled Aaron into a small meeting room that she had never been into before. The bright sunlight poured into the room through the tempered glass windows. The meeting table, chairs, the ceiling light, and everything else in the room highlighted the luxurious taste of its owner. "Hey, you're here." Richard was sitting in the room smoking with a man and a woman. The man was about 40 years old. He was wearing a suit and looked like a business elite. The woman was wearing a smart white blazer dress and had delicate makeup on. Both of them looked modest and pretty. "Mr. Bennett, Happy New Year." The woman elegantly stood up to shake Aaron's hands while casually tucking her hair behind her ear. "You're about to recover, right?" she asked. "The doctor said I'll be able to walk in about a week." Aaron seemed to have no mood for small talks as he continued with, "Have you read the files yet? This contract is crucial. You're a famous lawyer. You should read it carefully with your team. There should be no room for mistake." "Don't worry. I've been working with Mr. Davis for so many years. Don't I know it all too well?" Lawyer Kiera Cal responded smilingly. "Mr. Davis, Mr. Yuta, the translator, and I were discussing that." April, who stood behind Aaron, immediately figured out who these two strangers were. One of them was a lawyer, while the other was a translator. The female lawyer named Kiera Cal seemed to like Aaron. "You can like any man, yet you choose the arrogant Aaron?" thought April. "Where's Mr. Parker? Why isn't he here yet?" said Aaron with a sour face. "Do I need to wait for him?" "He just called to tell us that the general manager from Starcross Corporation needs to talk to him about something, so he might be late." Richard crossed his legs as he smiled and said, "Mr. Parker has done great deeds for our company. I really didn't expect him to make this project happen. It seems that he'll have no problems taking the general manager's job in the investment and research department of our company after we sign this contract. It's important to know that this will be an important step for us before opening the electronic technology market." "He surprised me this time." Aaron knocked the desk with his fingers while hastening. "All right, let's start the meeting without him. Ms. Cal, is there any problem with this contract? Those Japanese people are quite astute. I don't want them to play any trick in the contract." "I'll read it thoroughly a couple more times," said Kiera seriously. Aaron lowered his head. Kiera called for another lawyer immediately, and then they chose a quiet area in the meeting room to sit down as they started reading the contract and communicating with each other in low voices. During this time, Aaron and Richard had also been carefully reading the copy of the contract, which had been translated into English. April stood behind Aaron quietly. Yesterday, she had read nearly the whole contract in Japanese. So when Aaron turned to page 13, she suddenly knitted her brows, then couldn't help but look at Mr. Yuta. Mr. Yuta was staring at the screen of his laptop, but would often glance at Aaron from the corner of his eyes. When he did that again, he accidentally made an eye contact with April. She was just a caretaker in the eyes of Mr. Yuta, but when the reflection of sunlight flashed across her glasses, he automatically turned away and fixed his eyes on the screen again. His body seemed to be a little stiff. April suddenly figured something out. The contract had many pages. Mr. Yuta made 0 mistakes when translating its content before page 13, but mistranslated one word on page 13. That didn't seem like an accident. April assumed that he made that mistake on purpose. She didn't know the investment market well enough, but more or less, she knew a little about how profitable that market was, and those behind-the-scenes plots happening in it. Frankly speaking, it was constantly changing. This project would involve over $10 million. If Aaron's company ever needed to engage in a lawsuit for it, that enormous sum of money might be spent in vain. April looked at Aaron with a complicated expression. She had to admit that when he was concentrated on working, His whole body would radiate a charming vibe of elegance and composure. These days, she had learned how much he valued this project, because he often stayed up until midnight working on it, even though he still had difficulties in moving. He was born in a wealthy family, but from him, April had seen the endeavor of a successful, self-made man. For some aspects, she did appreciate and admire him. "Mr. Bennett, I'm sorry I'm late." At that moment, a slightly chubby man quickly walked in, saying, "Just now, the general manager of Starcross Corporation insisted on having a video meeting with me. He told me that if you're happy with the contract, the owner of their company will fly over to sign it tomorrow." "In such a hurry?" asked Aaron. Episode 23. She works for me. Yeah. Starcross Corporation is eager to inject new capital into their projects. Mr. Parker grinned and said, "Some other companies have also cast their eyes on them, so everyone was afraid that a long delay might cause unnecessary troubles. The contract is based on our negotiation before, and we're at an advantage situation." Kiara walked over and said, "I've checked the contract very clearly. No problems found." "Are you sure?" asked Aaron. "We've known each other for years," said Kiara smilingly. "Every time you've signed a contract for a large case, I was the one checking it. Has any problem ever occurred?" "All right, you're a respected lawyer. I believe that you can even spot even in the most minor of mistakes," Richard said. He then stood up and said, "In this case, let's sign the contract tomorrow." Aaron lowered his head and said, "The meeting is over." "Wait." A low voice was heard from behind him. "I think there's a problem with this contract." The people who were preparing to leave all laid their eyes on the person who said that. The person was April, wearing faded jeans, a thick black jacket, and a pair of black-rimmed glasses. She was so humble-looking that some people in the meeting room didn't even know that she was there until now. A problem?" Mr. Parker was the first to respond and did so in a scornful tone. "Who do you think you are? Are you even educated? Don't blather if you know nothing. Everyone else in this room is much higher educated than you." Aaron knitted his brows as he was also displeased by April. He was going to snap at April, but after hearing Mr. Parker's words, he warned him without thinking. "Director Parker, mind your attitude. She works for me. Even though she's just my caretaker, it's not your place to talk to her like that. Please remember who you are." Mr. Parker's face paled. He explained hurriedly, I'm sorry, Mr. Bennett, I'm just feeling a little uncomfortable. As you said, she's just a caretaker, not an industry insider. She knows nothing about our business, indeed." "Mr. Bennett, I agree with Director Parker." Kiara turned around and said unpleasantly, "My partner and I have read this contract together, and both of us think there's no problem about it. I think you should restrain your employees. She can't question our expertise for no reason other than the fact that she works for you." Aaron's face darkened when he heard Kiara and Mr. Parker. He glared at April, waiting for her to give a reasonable explanation. "I didn't mean the translated copy. I was talking about the Japanese contract." April knew that she would be considered repulsive if she did this, but she insisted on saying it anyway. "Japanese?" Mr. Parker laughed out loud. "A caretaker can read Japanese. Is this a joke? Let's go and not waste our time in here." "Who says that caretakers can't read Japanese?" April tightened her face, looked at Aaron straight in the eyes and said, "Mr. Bennett, last night when you were reading the contract, I roughly read it through as well. On page 13, Article 21 is slightly different from the translated copy. In the English copy, Party A has no right to request, but in the Japanese copy, Party A does have the right to request." The look in Mr. Yuta's face changed slightly as he said, "I've worked over 10 years as a translator. How could I make such a simple mistake? Mr. Bennett, I am one of your oldest employees. I started working here when you started this company, and we've been through all sorts of ups and downs together. If you believe her, you would be questioning my expertise." "All right, Mr. Yuta, I believe you." Mr. Parker patted Mr. Yuta on his shoulder and then said to Aaron, "Mr. Bennett, you see, your caretaker has told us that she only roughly read it through last night. She may know some Japanese, but she's not professional. And I think she's overconfident. Besides, who could have such a good memory? How can anyone memorize a contract after merely browsing through it, not to mention processing all the information in 2 languages at the same time? If she's so capable, why is she working as a caretaker?" April ignored him, but continued talking to Aaron. "Mr. Bennett, I suggest you call for any other translator in the company to recheck this contract carefully. This isn't just an ordinary contract. It is related to a project of over $10 million, so I think you should be cautious about it. I'm no one, and my words don't carry much weight, but by saying what I've said, I won't benefit myself at all, so I have no reason to lie," she said. "And Mr. Yuta, if I were you, I would recheck my work immediately if somebody questioned it, so I can know if I made a mistake or not, and I would never find fault with the one who questioned my work. After all, translators need to stay humble and cautious." "You." Mr. Yuta shivered in anger as he said to Aaron, "Mr. Bennett, did you hear her? She's even criticizing me. You must find justice for me. Calm down." Aaron was also surprised by April's courage. She was facing so many burnished elites, but wasn't showing any fear at all. On the contrary, she was brave enough to point out someone's mistake. Marvin had worked for him for years, but still didn't have the guts to do the same. Aaron was certainly going to find out if April was right or wrong. Inevitably, he was cautious and meticulous as a successful businessman. "You're questioned by a caretaker today, so I'll surely find you some justice." Aaron picked up the 2 copies of the contract from the table and said calmly, "How about this? You go find another translator and let them retranslate Article 21 so we can watch this overconfident woman slap her face and admit her own mistake." After saying that, he swung his arm backwards and slapped April with the files, as if he was punishing her for Mr. Yuta. April was a little angry, but also found it hilarious. She now believed that capitalists were all like sly foxes. However, as he had defended her more or less earlier, so she decided to tolerate the slap. "Mr. Bennett, I don't think that's necessary," said Mr. Yuta with a strange expression. "I think we can just forget about it." "Yeah, Mr. Bennett," said Mr. Parker. "All the translators who majored in Japanese aren't in the company at the moment. They were all sent out and can't get back soon." "Then we'll wait for them to come back. Don't worry. Once we prove that she's wrong, I'll fire her immediately," said Aaron with a fake smile on his face. Richard stood up immediately and said, "In this case, we can finish here. You don't need to be so anxious. Mr. Bennett has promised you an explanation, so he'll definitely give you one. Aaron, let's go to your office. I need to talk to you about something." He then turned to Aaron and continued, Aaron nodded slightly. Then he let April wheel him back into his office. Mr. Yuta followed behind him, calling Mr. Bennett, but he ignored him completely. Once the door of his office was closed, his expressionless face was immediately occupied by coldness. He turned back, stared at April with dagger-sharp eyes while asking her, "Can you really read Japanese?" "Yeah, I spent a year in Japan." April knew what he was going to ask, so she responded calmly, "And I have a good memory." Aaron and Richard glanced at each other. After that, Richard said, "Just now, you questioned Mr. Yuta in front of so many people. If you're wrong, you may really need to leave without getting paid." April had never seen such a serious look on Richard's face. Episode 24. "April, who are you?" April smiled and said, "Actually, I hesitated for a while before saying that out loud. After all, it's none of my business. I pointed that out so I could live with my conscience. I'm 80% sure that I'm right. I believe that you felt the strange attitude of Mr. Yuta and Director Parker, too. All right, you can stay out of this now. Go out and peel grapefruits for me. You're not allowed to come back in until you've got me a full plate of peeled fruits, Aaron ordered while he stared at her. April turned and left the room without saying another word. After the door was closed, Richard said with a serious look, She's right. I didn't suspect Director Parker before, but just now in the meeting room, he's been trying to help Mr. Yuta, and that's weird. They have worked together quite often before, but they shouldn't be that close. And as the project leader, he acted strangely incautious when someone questioned the contract. You felt that too. Aaron narrowed his eyes and said, You take the contract. Go find someone from the other departments to retranslate it now. Also check Mr. Yuta and Director Parker's bank accounts. Will do, Richard responded. On the 16th floor, in a room with closed shutters, Mr. Yuta was anxiously walking about. Soon his phone rang, and he picked it up immediately. He said, Director Parker, you saw Mr. Bennett's attitude just now. He'll get someone to retranslate the contract as soon as possible. What should we do now? You made me do that.
Don't try to pass the buck to me now that there's a problem. You took that money yourself,
said Mr. Parker on the other side of the phone.
It should have gone well, but who could have known that that woman could read Japanese and would spot it? Now you can only go upstairs to admit your mistake to Mr. Bennett. Tell him that you didn't do it on purpose. There's no other way now.
That's a very serious mistake. I might get fired, said Mr. Yuta, panicking. Getting fired is better than going to prison for business fraud, right? Don't you know Mr. Bennett well enough? We need to calm him down for now, and later, we'll each take half of that money and leave the country. That is the best solution, said Mr. Parker coldly.
If you rat me out now, we'll both lose everything.
Mr. Yuta threw his phone to the ground with an angry face. At 11 o'clock in the morning, when Aaron was talking to Marvin, Mr. Yuta suddenly walked into his office looking nervous and said, Mr. Bennett, I've rechecked the contract in my office just now. I did mistranslate that word on page 13. Your caretaker was right. I never thought I'd make such a big mistake. I'm truly sorry. Aaron lowered his head to look at his watch, then tapped the watch with his finger while raising his head, staring at Mr. Yuta with a pair of cold eyes. 40 minutes had passed since you left the meeting room, he said. Do you, an experienced translator who is also Japanese, need a whole 40 minutes to discover that small mistake? Sorry, I'm too confident, Mr. Yuta said, blushing. I worked until 4 or 5 in the morning last night. I was too tired, so I missed it. I promise I won't make the same mistake again. Do you think that I can still trust you? Aaron suddenly grabbed a pen by his hand and threw it at Mr. Yuta. Then he continued wrathfully and said, If my caretaker didn't luckily discover, and if we would have signed that contract without knowing that there was a mistake in it, what kind of situation would you have led our company into? Have you ever thought about that? We're talking about over $1 billion now. You people can just leave, but I'd have to clean up your mess. I trusted you so much. I gave you all the important translations, but is this how you do your job? Or did you plan to con me? He continued. Mr. Yuta was so frightened that he didn't even dare to dodge the flying pen. I wouldn't dare do that. I've been loyal and devoted to you the whole time. I've been following your steps. Mr. Bennett, please give me another chance. Shut up. Aaron's cold voice contained the dignified bearing of a successful man. Pack your things now and leave. Mr. Yuta paused shortly, then said in disbelief, All these years, I've only made one mistake. You can't fire me just like that. Aaron narrowed his eyes and responded in a rage. I hate your attitude. The company can't afford to let a fatal kind of mistake happen. I've known you for years. So what happened today won't spread in the circle of translators. Piss off now. Seeing that, Marvin pushed Mr. Yuta out of the office directly. Aaron took a few deep breaths in a row to calm himself and then said to Marvin in a deep voice, Ask April to come in. Soon, April came in with a plate of peeled grapefruits. She was in the secretarial pool just now, so she heard what happened in Aaron's office. Mr. Bennett, your fruits. She politely placed the plate on his desk. Aaron raised his sharp eyes to look at her from head to toe. It was the first time that he gazed at her with such a complicated look. The sunlight poured in through the windows and lit her entire body. She was still wearing her never-changing dark-colored clothes. At that moment, he suddenly realized that since the beginning, she had been so polite and quiet, had never panicked or shown any fear, and she was neither conceited nor rash. Others often looked scared when they were facing him, but she was different. Mr. Yuta just came here. You were right. There was a mistake in that contract, said Aaron with a meaningful look in his eyes. You did a great favor to me. I just did something that I think is right, April smiled faintly and said. She was average looking, but somehow Aaron felt that she was stunning. He closed his eyes when he had that feeling. After erasing the ridiculous thoughts in his head, he reopened his eyes to look at her again. Those eyes were like a deep pool of spring. April, who are you? He asked. Me? April paused shortly, then responded with, I'm your caretaker. Don't you think you know too much as a caretaker? Aaron stared at her and continued to talk. You know how to make tea, how to cook, how to peel fruits, and you even mastered Japanese. April's mouth corners twitched slightly. You're making peeling fruits and cooking sound like a big deal. I think almost anyone can do that, she thought. I remembered that I had only leafed through that email last night. Can you remember everything you read? Aaron tilted his head and murmured, The people who could remember exactly everything they read were too rare. You misunderstood me. You did browse the file quickly last night, but when you were having fruits and making the phone call, you stopped on a few pages for quite a long while. I memorized that part of the contract at the time, and page 13 just happened to be one of those pages. I only remember the contents of about 4 or 5 pages, she said. I'm so lucky. If the mistake was on one of the other pages, you might not be able to spot it. Aaron knitted his brows, drowned in his dread as he was imagining the possible consequences. You're right, April nodded and said. I can't remember every word I read. I just have a slightly better memory than others do. You have such a good memory, and you've spent a year in Japan, and you speak Japanese, so I think you have no reason to sink into the caretaker's job. Aaron leaned against the back of the chair in contemplation. He was having some strange thoughts again. Episode 25. Change of Heart. My Japanese skills are good indeed, but I don't have any certifications, so no company would want to hire me, April said. She dropped her dim eyes, then said, My family used to be wealthy, but something happened when I was in college. After that, my father went to prison and I had to drop out. Ah. Aaron was a little stunned and asked, What about your mother? My mother divorced my father and married another man. April bit her lip slightly, then responded with, Now they have a son. I don't think my mother would want me to disrupt her life. Aaron suddenly felt tender and protective towards April in an indescribable way. He felt sorry for her because she was a 30-year-old woman who was away from home, friendless and helpless, with no one to rely on. Not even her parents could support her. When I recover, you can come work for my company, Errington, as a translator. The company will provide free food and accommodation. You'll be on business trips a lot, and sometimes it can be quite fun. Your monthly payment will be $12,000. To me, certifications and diplomas don't matter that much. I believe in abilities, he said. April paused in surprise at Aaron's sudden change of heart. She would have loved to accept this offer back when she just came to Rosewood City, but now she was preparing to finish her education in college. I'm afraid I'll have to say no to your kindness once again, she said. She understood that even if she got her bachelor's degree, she still might not be able to find a job that paid better than what Aaron just offered. However, she was kicked out of her dubbing circle by some people. Because of them, she wasn't able to do what she liked anymore. But she wasn't going to accept that as the final result. And her father was framed. She had to return to get things back on track and complete her dream. She wasn't meant to be an ordinary office worker. Aaron gazed at her for a while and then sighed. He nodded knowingly and said, "I know. You're worrying that your feelings for me might deepen if you work in my company. Don't worry. Arrington is a large company, so you may not be able to see me a lot. You'll forget about me eventually, and many talented single men are working here. Your social circle will change, meaning you'll have more chances to find your other half as you would be amongst great people. They could not be compared with me, of course, but they're good enough to match you." He couldn't think of any other reason for her to refuse such a generous offer. April felt helpless, wondering why he believed so firmly that she was in love with him. Seeing that she remained silent, Aaron thought that his words might have hurt her feelings. He didn't want that to happen, as she had just done something huge for him. So he hurriedly cleared his throat and continued, "But of course, you're a good person. It's just that I don't want to be with a woman who is older than me, and I am interested in someone already." April sighed silently. Which poor girl is that? She wondered. "Mr. Bennett, I appreciate your kind offer, but I can't accept it. I have no plans to stay in Rosewood City for long. I'll leave when you recover," said April apologetically. Aaron's face saddened a little when he heard her, but was immediately occupied by a struggling look. "I remember that you said you have no family left in your hometown. Are your feelings for me so deep that you can't even stand to stay in the same city with me?" April felt so embarrassed when she heard that. A while later, she closed her eyes and nodded. "Forget it. Just let him think whatever he wants," she thought. Aaron opened his mouth slightly but didn't say a word. He felt a little uncomfortable. Quite a while later, he said in a sad voice, "In this case, I'll have to respect your decision. But this time you've helped me a lot, so I'll aid you financially when you leave by giving you an added bonus." "Thank you." April's eyes glowed. This time, she didn't refuse him. After all, she did need that money. When April left the office, Marvin went back inside to report something to Aaron. However, Aaron suddenly sighed deeply and said, "Sometimes it can be a burden to be well-liked by other people if you're too good." "Mr. Bennett, who are you talking about?" asked Marvin. "April." Aaron tilted his head and continued, "Do you think she'll give up on marrying somebody else after knowing me?" Marvin was confused. He wanted to yell out this question. "Why do you think she likes you so much?" However, Marvin could never dare to say that to Aaron, as he was the boss. At dinner time, April came out of the kitchen with 2 dishes. Ever since they returned from the family house, Aaron would always send April into the kitchen to cook for all sorts of reasons. April believed that Aaron was doing everything he could to develop her surplus value. Richard came in and saw her, so he asked, I thought Sister Emily is responsible for cooking. Have you replaced her?" "Sister Emily was overworked last year, so I decided to let her rest for a while." Aaron, who was sitting by the dining table and preparing to have his meal, raised his head to answer Richard's question. Sister Emily silently rolled her eyes while setting the table. She wasn't overworked. She had said nothing about that. The truth was, after the New Year vacation, Aaron suddenly pointed out that she worked too hard for no reason and insisted on letting April cook his meals. "You want her to cook for you. Can't you just tell her that? Why do you have to use me as an excuse?" thought Sister Emily. "Overworked?" Richard gave Sister Emily a few glances, then said in confusion, "Really? I felt that Sister Emily has put on some more weight." "Really? No one ever thinks about my feelings?" she complained silently. "What are you here for?" Aaron frowned unpleasantly and said, "What the hell is wrong with Mr. Utah?" "I I came here to talk to you about that. Richard hurriedly dragged a chair to sit down, then angrily pounded the table and said, "Earlier today, I sent my people to tail Mr. Yuta after he left the company. As soon as he got home, he and his family started packing. They bought plane tickets for tonight to go to Japan. I also found out that he and Mr. Parker had both applied for a working visa at the Embassy of Japan before New Year. And 3 days ago, $10 million were sent to Mrs. Parker's bank account from Tokyo. Apparently, he was bought off by the people from Star Cross Corporation. He always likes to make profits in troubling situations, and we had been turning a blind eye on him in hopes that he wasn't going too far. After all, no one should demand absolute purity in this industry. But this time, he tried to sell our company. What surprised me more is that Mr. Yuta is involved in this too. Mr. Yuta was a senior member of the company. We both trusted him. I think Mr. Parker must have known that he couldn't do that on his own, so he bought off Mr. Yuta." Aaron's cold eyes showed disappointment as he said, "I've been treating him too well all these years. I never thought that I should take precautions against him. The blame is on me this time." Thanks to Sister April, they failed. Richard suddenly raised his head to stare straight at April with admiration, saying, "Sister April, I really admire you now. If you were a few years younger than me, I'd definitely chase you." Sister April. April thought that Richard would beat her if found out about her real age, as he had now been seeing her as an elder sister. She sat beside Aaron with a faint smile on her face, silently picking fish bones for him. Richard was really jealous of Aaron. He too wanted a woman to take care of him like this, to pick fish bones and peel fruits for him. "Sister April, I really want to take you home," he said. "Don't even dream about it. She's mine," said Aaron. His handsome face twitched as he rolled his eyes. April blinked, feeling speechless.